After days of world-class cricket from South Africa, they are now 6 weeks away from tying the series with the and taking much needed world performance off the table. This first test, you wouldn't have believed me. Well, we're on the last day of this tour, and South Africa needs 6 wickets away. My name is Mpomuklani. I'm joined by Kabelo Sekelele, and we will be taking you through the first morning of this final test series in New Zealand. Kabelo, after yesterday's day, I call it Rabada's day because that was the day our main man made a play. He made a play with the bat, not with the ball, but he did it later on. But the bat, most importantly, those 30 minutes after lunch, was the key that opened up this game that was epic and flowing a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, remember, I think it was the third day when you guys spoke about South Africa having taken the opportunity to bully the game. And I think yesterday they took it by the scruff of the neck and they batted exactly how we wanted them to go.
Yeah.
So I was really proud of Rabada, like the way he bowled, the way he batted, top notch.
Yes, and the question is for today is whether South Africa can do this. Okay, Carl Verena also helping Kagiso Rabada yesterday. He scored 136, and it's funny to say helping, but in that period where Kagiso scored those 47 runs, Carl Verena was just sitting and watching on the other end. A really good 100 for him. Kagiso continue with the ball. He starts today 2 for 17 after 40, and then Keshav Maharaj, who also has a masterstroke in selecting a spinner when the home side isn't even selecting a spinner. He was really instrumental. He took 2 wickets as well. Some really good wickets. One to Daryl Mitchell that turned on the straight, and another one it was Tom Latham. Not Tom Latham. Another one from who was it? I think it was Will Young who played it on. But now New Zealand find themselves with this equation: 94 for 4, Conway on 60, Tom Blundell on 1, 332 runs away. South Africa only needs 6 wickets. If New Zealand get it, it's a world record score. If South Africa get it, they win. They draw this test series and put New Zealand in a bit of a hole. Gabello, like the last game, New Zealand took these 6 wickets in the first session. So we had 2 hours and 40 minutes of incredible cricket as New Zealand bowled South Africa out to win the day. Will it happen today? Will we see all 6 wickets? Do you want to take all 6 wickets?
It would be lovely for South Africa to take all 6 wickets, but I think New Zealanders are fighters. We all know that. So I don't think they're going to hand us this test match at all. So I think it's going to be one of those tests.
First ball of the day, Kagiso in with 2 slips and a gully to Tom Blundell. He's been defending outside off stump. He comes forward for that stride and the ball just rising off a good length outside the off stump for no run end. Well, not end of any over. Start of the first ball of the day, end of the first ball of the day. Tom Blundell, 1 of 18. He'll be afraid of the ball that turns in because he got castled with the ball hitting the top of off the last time he Kagiso bowled in.
Yeah, I suppose so. But I think it's a bit. Oh, there we go.
Next ball, NKG. Tom Blundell gets some runs down the leg side for a single to mid-on.
So I think as a batsman, you never want to go back to those balls that got you out. I think now he's in a position where he can make play. He just needs to watch the ball and just enjoy himself and just save his team as well.
Yes, look, I think for New Zealand, I think one thing for them is to just keep batting. Bat for your averages, bat for your milestone. Try to take this game as deep as possible. You can draw this game. I think if there wasn't that wicket of Daryl Mitchell at the end of yesterday, you could have thought a draw was in play. It still is in play. You need a pair to bat out at least like 2 hours of this game to give them a chance. And this pair needs to try and survive that first session. Kagiso coming around the wicket to Devon Conway, who would have bowled Devon Conway for a long time in his career. Short ball, Conway ducks underneath it. But it looks like he may have edged it. The Africans are asking questions of the umpire. DRS has come in and they've taken the DRS. Conway was ducking underneath it, Cabello, fending it away. And they say the South Africans are saying they haven't taken any DRS. That's good. Thank goodness the timer was out. It was saying that because he brought his bat down the leg side to try to defend himself, that he may have gotten some a bat onto it. Is this how you wanted to dismiss kid Devon Conway, Cabello? Is this how we want to dismiss Devon?
Every wicket counts here, sir. Every wicket
Next ball
counts.
outside the off stump, tailing in a little bit of swing into the left-handed Devon Conway, no run. No, because the thing is, Devon has looked supreme, and I know you're a Kes boy, I'm a St. John's boy, so we'll get that out the way. I've watched this man bat my entire high schooling career. I love watching this man bat, and every time he gets out, it's always either like playing down the leg side, pulling, or he reminds me so much of Quinton de Kock in the way that he plays. But that's how the left-handers were produced at our schools. Oh, next ball getting the edge, slipping through the clutches of that second slip. It bounced just in front of Rassie van der Dussen and will roll all the way down to the boundary for 4 streaky runs, very lucky runs. I wouldn't say much needed runs from them, but Devon Conway looking very tentative this morning, playing outside his body, which is what we're not used to.
Yeah, and also credit to KG's bowling the right line and the right length, really committing the batsman forward and just beating his outside edge, which is quite good.
Really, really good to see from Kagiso. Really good over, even though considered that 4. That's more of a victory to him. And last ball in from him on that off stunt, defended back to no run. You can see that I love this. So my biggest question today was, when the South Africans arrive, were they going to arrive flat like they normally do? We know how flat they can be. Or were they going to hit the money, be on the money? And it's good to see that Kagiso's continuing. Because I think that we've seen 2 Test centurions, right? In Advia and Verena. But I do think that that Kagiso has a shoe-in for man of the match. If he can get those next 3 wickets, get 10 for the match, and also that 47 that opened the game up. Because for me, man of the match is the guy that wins you the match. And the guy that would win South Africa for the match today is Kagiso Rabada. So I'm hoping that those commentators aren't spicy. And because it's the commentators who choose. It was the weirdest thing ever at the Wanderers, where at the end of the game, the Supersport producers would come and ask Mark Nicholas, who's your man of the match, and say so-and-so, Cass, so-and-so, Vern, so-and-so, Sean Pollock, so okay, majority wins. Here's your man of the match. Okay, a nice one.
I mean, you speak about these guys being flat, and it was very nice to see Rabada starting like he did.
Marco Jansen left arm over into the right-handed Blundell. This is a nice angle to bowl to him. But Blundell just punches the shortish ball down, really. It was very slow, and it's still slow. He punched it between gully and backward point, and will roll away all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. Blundell gets his first boundary of the day. He'll be really comfortable with that. A loosener from Marco Jansen.
Absolutely. I mean, as I said to you earlier, it's all about watching that ball closely and just making sure that you bat and you bat and you bat. You put all the demons behind and you just say, today I'm going to still vault and I'm going to watch that ball all the way.
Jansen into Blundell. This one's a better length, actually, outside that off stump with the angle through to Verena for the keeper. Blundell just coming forward, defending that off stump with his life. But there was no ball that's turning in or swinging in or seaming into him, so no drama there for him. Would you have started with Keshav Maharaj? Balls 43 overs old?
Yes.
Or...
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Okay, that's a very affirmative yes. Marco Jansen in trying to prove Cabello wrong with a bouncer. Goes down the leg side and picked up by Calvareda for no run. Look, I've decided that I'm no longer going to judge Dean Alga and Mark Boucher. It's seemingly the only time I'll judge them is that first test, because we've played with a spinner the entire summer in South Africa. And if there was a place where you could drop a spinner, it is in South Africa. You arrive in New Zealand and all of a sudden you drop a spinner. And so I'm not a fan. I love playing with a spinner in all my cricket teams. So I'm glad that they went back to what they knew. But that first test selection, I have questions. Jansen into Blundell. Blundell punches that through the covers. That's a lovely 4. Overpitched, very wide. Oh, it's beautiful. Our wicketkeeper, the wicket keepers in this game love the ball full and wide, and they have really nice cover
They
drives.
do.
And Blundell moves on
They
to
do.
10 with that lovely stroke. Score goes up to 104. New Zealand needs 319 to win. We'll just make it an academic exercise, but most importantly, South Africa need 6 wickets. Hello, Coach Dave.
You know, Paul, we only speak about holding the shape for the longest of time as a batsman, and that's what he did in that shot. That was really nice to watch.
I know. It's gotten that big stride in. Oh, Janssen into Blundell. This one's shaping in on middle there. And Blundell just playing out to the leg side for no run. Good morning, Muhammad Khan, KTK. Good morning, Simon. I can see that you're listening in the back end. And then Natis Kosana also says, good morning. It is the morning we take South Africa home. Let's take those 6 wickets, everybody. So please do let us know how long do you think it will take South Africa to take these 6 wickets. Or if you don't think so and it's going to go to a draw, that's fine. Let us know. Or if you think New Zealand's going to win, and that's highly unlikely, but with Devon Conway, it could happen. As Janssen comes into Blundell, this one shaping away from him. A little bit fuller length, but he didn't play at that one, letting it go through to Verena for no run. End of that over. 8 runs coming off of it. 107 for 4.
Well, I've got a question for you here. And this is a question based on selection. And what do you think of Luto Sipamla? Do you think, was he the right selection for this test match? Or could they have picked another bowler? Could they have gone with Sturman again?
I would have asked you that question. My thing was always, after seeing Duan against India, I beg your pardon, I thought he was slower. And so then there's no difference between you picking Duan or Luto. So that was the first thing. Because I wanted someone with a little bit more pace. I'm just sad that Glenton Steeman's not in the side because I think he would have played really well this game as Kagiso starts around the wicket to Devon Conway. Lion versus Lion, a couple of years apart. As Conway defends it out to the offside. To another Lions player, Umalume, in the covers, Temba Bavuma.
Yeah. So, okay. Makes sense.
I like Luto's pace. I just felt so my problem starts with the India series as Kagiso comes in to Devon Conway on the pads. Devon plays that out to the leg side. A little bit of a fuller length there from Kagiso. Devon just trickles that out to Rassi, who's at shortest mid wicket for no run. So I would have thought. Just to give a weather report to everybody, but Simon's more better suited. So if he's listening, he can write it in. It's a New Zealand day, slightly overcast in the morning. It feels like there's cloud cover. Yes, the clouds are a little bit low as Kagiso comes in onto that off stump for no run. So there might be a little bit of something in the air for the bowlers, which is why Marco started. Next ball from Kagiso, full on off stump, defended back to the bowler, no run. I wouldn't have gone with Duan Olafir. So the question was, what has Luto done between the Sri Lanka series at the beginning of the year as the proverbial number 4 bowler to the India series? And the only difference was that Duan Olafir took all those clumps of wickets. So I do get that issue as Kagiso comes in, full, slightly over pitch, but driven to the fielder at wide-ish mid-off for no run. That was Keshav Maharaj. And so that was the one question. So I didn't think that in SAA, I thought Luto bowled better than Glenton and Marco Jansen. So I kind of felt that Luto was hard done by to not be in the India squad. But I do think from a tactical perspective, Luto can push the ball a little bit quicker than Duan. I think he does what Duan does, but does outside of the short balls. And that was the reason why I was like, if Duan's not bowling as quickly as you want him to, as the next ball in comes into the pads, Devon plays it out to the shortish mid-wicket, no run. Last ball remaining in this over. If Duan's not going to bowl at like 135, 140, he's going to bowl at the 120s. What's the point of keeping him in the side, apart from the fact that he can bowl the short balls? So, but I'm happy Luto's in the team. I just felt that dropping Glenton was it shouldn't have been Luto for Glenton. It should have been Luto for Duan. And then Glenton should have played on the other end. But I kind of understood that they wanted another batter in Vian Mulder as Kagiso comes in, full ball outside off stump, defended out to the offside for no run. Mohammed Khan KTK is asking if there's any chance of rain. I will try and get that to you because that could be a dramatic turn of events. Looks like there is 1% for precipitation at the Hagley Park in Christchurch, 66% humidity, so it's Durbanish type of weather. There is some wind, which caused the problems for the New Zealand bowlers on day one. 107 for 4. The other thing for me, but we'll talk about this after this over, Marco Jansen. Oh, man, he's had an incredible debut series or season as he bowls a good length ball outside the off-stump to Blundell out to the point for no run. I actually should ask you that question. You're a coach. What do you see the difference between Luto and Dwan and Luto and Glenton? And what do you think you're better? Because I love Glenton because he moves the ball around. More than Luto and Thingy. Yes. But what would you have done?
I'll get to you just after this ball.
Marco Jansen coming into Tom Blundell, left arm over to the right-handed batter, and he defends this one on the back foot. Back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, so going back to your question, having looked at Sterman and looked at Luto as well, I just thought Sterman had he has that ability to move the ball, which when you have someone who can swing the ball and bowl the right line and length, he's more dangerous than someone who bowls quick. Okay. So I just think he played the first test, give him another one. Give him another one, back him in another test match and say, listen, you can do me a job here.
Next ball in, back of a length
because
into Blundell. He defends it out to the leg side, no run.
Because if you look at it, we still have Bangladesh to come. So if he's played that series, if he's played the series here, then you say, okay, cool, let's see how you do. And if he's done well, you give him another chance. You know what I'm saying? So you look at guys like Vian Mulder. Vian hasn't done much for me. So I don't understand exactly. Yeah, I don't understand why he's picked.
He's picked for his lovely technique. As Jansen comes in, that's a lot fuller actually. And Blundell lets it go through to the keeper for no run. Oh, look, his technique's immense. It's amazing. His batting technique. And it looks like a guy. He has a better technique than Kyle Verreynne, but he doesn't have the temperament that Verreynne has. Kyle struggled through yesterday with that technique. He had to let go of a lot of balls outside the off stump in that channel, let the bowlers bowl leg side to him. Yes, they were bowling short, they were bowling wide, and it felt like I was watching Kyle play domestic cricket. That's how it was. Because everybody in domestic cricket just bowls it wide, that wide channel or down the leg side. And Kyle enjoys that. And he'll enjoy a lot more centuries in international cricket. Oh, that was a lot closer outside the off stump from Jansen. A lot fuller there, but Blundell knowing where his off stump is because of that angle across him, and Jansen's not getting the ball to come in to him, so Blundell just letting it go through to the keeper. End of the 46th over, 107. Oh, one more ball in the 46th over. I do beg your pardon. 107 for 4. So I'm with you, and that Bangladesh series is going to be quite interesting because Anrich Nokia might be fit, and so. Yes. And Lungiti might also be fit. So we'll find out I'd say go bowl your best 3 bowlers and just put Bangladesh under trouble. Jansen in short ball down the leg side. Tom Blundell plays that out to Kapiso on the bounce at fine leg for a single. No run. For a single, sorry. End of that over. 108 for 4. 46 overs in. To win 318. Mohammed on Facebook says, thank you, mister. I'm watching from Pakistan. It's 3 a.m. at night here. Well, thank you very much. Good morning. It is just past midnight here in South Africa. Sahel Yana says, live action. And then with some, I think, Urdu that I will not pronounce. The other question for me is, would you give Kagiso a rest in the Bangladesh series and maybe go in with Anrich Nokia, Lungiti, and Marco Jansen? Because the other point I'm making is actually Marco should be our all-rounder at number 7. So Marco should be batting at 7 with Vian out the side, and then you can have a third. You can always have 4 seamers in Lungi, KG, and Anna, and then also even with Kesha as Kagiso comes in,
Yes.
to Blundell on that All-Star very tight full. Blundell comes forward defending it for no run. And if you think about that batting line, it'll be Marco Jansen at 7, who scored more runs than Vian Mulder, I think, already in international cricket, and that's something.
Yes.
And then you've got at 7, you've got the Soweto Lara at 8, who's proving his worth. You've got Keshav Maharaj, who's improved in his batting at 9. And then you've got Anders and Lungi at 10 and 11. That I think that's a much better and a much longer batting lineup for South Africa. So I'm really, really good as Kagiso over pitches this one, and Tom Blundell holding the pose through the covers. That was all timing all the way for 4.
It is. As I said to you earlier, hold the shape for the longest of time. Hold that shape for the longest of time.
Oh man, that is so beautiful from
really
Tom
good
Blundell.
shot.
What I'm happy about for New Zealand this series is that a guy like Tom Blundell, who coming in after I think the wicketkeeper retired. I'm trying to figure out his name in my head.
BJ Watling
comes into bowl to him outside the off stump. He lets it go through no run. After BJ Watling had retired, BJ Watling was giving them these nice handy runs. Who was able to score hundreds.
Yes.
Blundell struggled in that series against India, right? And so I'm happy that he's in the runs. He scored 100 in the last match. He's looking okay-ish now, very pretty now, but he feels a lot more settled, because that was the other question for the side. As there was some like Tim Seifert could come into the side as a wicketkeeper. Kagiso into Blundell outside the off stump. He lets it go through for no run. David Midgley says, with England coming up, I don't want to rush Nokia back. That being said, I don't want him undercooked. Look, Anush Nokia is going to be playing in the IPL, so you might as well use him in the Bangladesh series. But if Nokia is not available, Kabelo, who would you pick as that seamer to close it out? So you've got Marco Jansen, you've got Kagiso, you've got Lungi. Who's your fourth seamer that you bring through? After this ball, Kagiso into Blundell, he defends it out to the offside no run. You've got Jansen, you've got Sipama, you've got Juan Olivier. I think those are the 3 that you would look at.
Sipamla, Juan Olivier. It's a very tough question, and when you select a team, you want your fast bowlers to be fit to understand what they're doing as well. So I think I'd go for a guy like
Kagiso into Blundell, a little bit of a back of a length, defended out to the offside, no run. End of that over, 1-1-2 for 4.
A guy like Duan, for instance.
Okay.
And purely based on experience. Yes, he's not going to bowl quick, and he's lost the pace, and that's what we've been looking at and saying, Jeepers, what happened to his pace? But he still has the experience. You can't take that away from him. He can find you wickets somehow. So if I had to pick the fourth seamer, he's my man. And I'm not ruling out Lucho Sepamla. I just think he needs to improve on a few things before he can really make a real impact in Test cricket.
No, I'm with you, and I was pretty surprised. I think they said obviously Duan was dropped for tactical reasons, and I know his pace was down, but I didn't think he bowled badly in that first test. I think he was one of South Africa's better bowlers in that first test. Some of those wickets, especially the one to Conway, that was really nice. As Kagiso finishes that over, he bowled a no ball. I beg your pardon. So that's the reason why we had another ball of Kagiso that needs to stop outside the off stump before let go through. By Blundell to Verena. End of that 47th over, finally, 1-1-3 for 4. New Zealand need to win 313 to win. Still in the realms of plausibility, but I'll still call it an academic exercise. South Africa need those 6 wickets. Junaid Rana on YouTube or on Facebook has sent through a lot of comments. He says both of us are brilliant, so thank you very much. He says he follows us for the last 5 days. He says this match is a draw. He thinks he likes a draw. Junaid, if you're from Pakistan, I understand why you'd want to draw. And then Dave Mitty says, give them 1 game each in the ODI series, and the best performance gets a test space. That's a very weird way. So I don't want to give Duan a game in the ODIs. No, I don't want to see Duan in ODI cricket. I want Duan to win the Lions, the 4-day series. Then he can play whatever he wants to for the Proteas First ball of the day from Marco Jansen to Devon Conway, full outside the off stump, defended back out to the fielder at mid on. For Naran, no drama yet. We started the day 94 for 4. We've gone through 19 runs for no wickets conceded. I think all the South Africans listening are wanting wickets to fall. I want wickets to fall. Lord, give me wickets. I've been taking too many South African wickets. I think it's time for us to take a few more New Zealand ones in this morning. Jansen into a Devon Conway, left arm over to the left-handed Conway. That's a lot straighter and fuller. Devon just flicks that out to, it was actually a flick, it wasn't even a push, to the fielder at mid-on. Lutus Pamela for Naran. He's got 2 slips and a gully, does Marco Jansen to Devon Conway. On YouTube, Werner says we've been very friendly towards Bangladesh by giving them Durban and Tebeka to play at, which will suit them. It will definitely test us more than playing at the Haifa. Well, look, we might even see a Simon Harmer debut. You never know, or return if South going to play 2 spinners in Durban, as this one's full outside the off stump, way wide, more 6 stump line. Conway just not even wanting to play at that one. Just goes to the keeper.
You see, I've got a thing here, and having coached a lot of fast bowlers, I just think Marco Jansen's and Robert, they've bowled the right line and length, but they haven't attacked the crease enough from my side. I think as a fast bowler, you need to attack that crease. And for me, they've looked like, yeah, we're bowling good lines, we're getting a little bit of bounce, but not really attacking the crease. You got to hit that crease hard.
Next ball outside the off stump, a little bit of a ball that's outside the off stump, good length. Conway letting that go through to keep it a run. Junaid says, honestly, I want to draw. Sorry, it's my opinion. Your opinion is welcome, Junaid. We love your opinion. We don't want to draw. Okay, look, a draw would be so dramatic for Test cricket. Be a great advert for Test cricket, because after 5 days there was no result, which is a little bit weird. As the next one comes outside the off stump, a little bit fuller, rising off that length slightly, a little bit of extra bounce. Conway just defending that out to point, no run. What does attacking the crease mean? I think describe it as much as possible. Remember, everyone's listening, they're not watching. So what do you mean attacking the crease?
So when I say a bowler must attack the crease, I mean get into the crease a little bit quicker. And when you get to the crease, it's all about holding that shape. So if you look at guys like
next ball in outside the off stump, let's go. End of that over, 113 for 4. Yes.
If you look at guys like Dale Steyn and all the fast bowlers of old, when they got to the crease, you'd hear that double step they'll do, that dwa dwa. And that's what we mean by attacking the crease. When we hear your presence at the crease, when you land, you gotta make that presence. And I haven't had anything from our South African bowlers. I put it in this term. I think they steal in the crease and not attacking it. I remember the Wanderers. I think it was day 3 or 4 when KG Rabada was running into Pujara and Rahane. He was really attacking the crease. I was sitting up at the long route and I could hear it from there. And that's when he bowled that magical spell. So I think that's what I'd love to see to that. And
Okay, that's a really good example of that. Next ball outside the off stump, just a wideish line, a little bit full, and Blundell just defending. Blundell's defending the off stump. He's also defending that corridor of uncertainty. And if a ball went into the 6 stump channel, he would defend that too. That's how he finishes in his stride. I think he's really worried about that Indaka that Kagiso has. There it is. The Indaka came in and Blundell defended that with us live. That was fuller. That was more closer to the block hole than a fuller length. And Tom Blundell comes through with that with a plum. Great defense there from him. South Africans knew what that was. That was nearly through. Sachin Banguru says, hey guys, it's Sachin de Calvarena. He's Sachin de Calvarena on Twitter. So thank you for joining us, Sachin, on our YouTube channel. Remember, you can subscribe to us on that YouTube channel. Next ball outside the off stump. Blundell just defending that on that 6-stump line out to Temba at point for no run.
And going back to my point, I think what tends to happen when you attack the crease, you tend to see that the ball hits the splice of the bat. Even when the guy comes forward to defend, it always hits that splice of the bat. So it always rushes the.
Yes. Short ball from Kagiso pulled by Blandel. He's wanting to fight that battle. That's the battle he's choosing to fight. Okay, cool. There are fielders down on the leg side. Sarel Avia is one of those. He picked that up for a single. As Sachin Banguru says, wickets, please. Dave in our private chat asks if anyone else is missing Quinton de Kock shouting, Temba! We get that in ODI cricket, and I think that's the best one in ODI cricket because, oh man, the World Cup would be so nice if at the in the World Cup final in Australia in Sydney, Quinton de Kock shouts Temba as Temba takes the winning catch for South Africa to become world champions. That would be very beautiful. Kagiso short ball into Devon Conway. He's bowled that many times to him before, and Devon replies with a really lovely pull shot, well controlled behind square, slightly to that square leg boundary for 4 runs. Kagiso was testing Devon. Ball didn't rise as much as possible. Your point of attacking the crease. Because I think if he did, it would have gone through the ears rather than at chest and shoulder height. But a really lovely shot from Devon nonetheless. This is the Devon I know and love. I'm enjoying Devon even though I want South Africa to take many, many wickets. KG lost ball of his over to Conway. Short, and Conway pulls this one. He drags this one down. And so that will just roll to Lucho Sapam that final leg for another single. 119 for 4. Just a little something that we would like to let you know of. We love what we do, and we want to keep doing it. So please consider supporting us on Patreon. Your contribution will help us stay on air, get us to the venues, and buy broadcast rights that help us grow the game. You can go to patreon.com/OneWorldSR to support us. We've already gotten a few supporters who are contributing to our lovely radio station that brings cricket to you from around the world. Let's keep this train going. Let's get us into those stadiums. Let us fight that that already settled monopolistic media that we might have in international cricket, and let's give people another alternative option. End of that over. 119 for 4. Marco Jansen resuming to Devon Conway as gets it inside edge on a full ball with Devon coming forward. And it's gone down to the leg side for a single. Dave reminding me that in the series preview we did on our Full Quota podcast, you can listen to that on our YouTube channel as well as Spotify and Apple podcasts. He reminds me that I asked for Devon Conway 100. Can today not be the day for that, please? I'd love that. But I also want wickets on the other end. Because that would be beautiful to watch Devon Conway score 100 against his home nation. Jansen into Blandel down the leg side. Oh, that's a really bad ball. And well played to fine leg. Very fine for another 4 runs. It's a little bit lacking a little bit of shape, lacking a little bit of showing a little bit of a loose plan there, Gabela, from the South Africans. Just lots more 4 balls in the last few overs.
Yeah, totally agree with you. And I was about to say now that basics, especially as fast bowlers coming in and looking to get wickets, you still got to do the basics right. Attack that off stump, make sure that the batsman is playing on that off stump, not anywhere else. And I think they're busy looking for wicket balls here.
And another one with Marco coming left arm over to the right-handed Blandel. That was on middle stump and played out to square leg for 2 runs. Just easy. I can see what you mean from the whole not attacking the crease, just coming in and bowling, looking for wicket balls, right? And being a little bit too greedy. And it's becoming a lot easier for the New Zealanders. Sachin says wickets, please. I think that's what a lot of the South African faithful want. That's not a wicket ball. That's just a ball down the leg side, a little bit of a back of a length, easily played off the pad. The line is coming into the right-handed Blundell, so that's a little bit easier. He comes across for another single. He moves to 23. The target now has gone below 300, 299 all out. Vanna says, I don't think it'll be long before Maharaj comes on for Janssen. That is true. And Sachin says, we can donate 100. Been a while since our batsman gave us some runs to play with. So yes. Well, look, I thought Dean would declare on 350 when we got to 350 and Kagiso went out. No, he didn't. He kept on going, and he literally wanted a world record chase. So it kind of tells you where this team is, where he is as a captain. As Marco Jansen getting a ball to turn into Devon Conway. It pitched outside off stump on that 6-stump channel, and it cut back in. And you can see with Devon trying to evade himself away from that ball as it came in. But a good thing he left that on length because the line was looking very, very nice.
It was indeed, sir. And going back to Conway, you know what I've picked from Conway, and this is having watched him against India and England. Sometimes he tends to play just in front of himself, especially when he's coming forward to defend the ball.
But isn't that all K's left-handed batters? This one way outside the off-stump for no run. Just anything outside off-stump, he's always fishing. He didn't learn it from St. John's. He learned it from K's.
No. I think he learned it from St. John's, and when he got too older to try tightening.
Graham Smith, Neil McKenzie, Quinton de Kock, outside that off stump. We always love fishing, right? We love fishing. I blame Jimmy
like
Cook.
scoring runs.
I blame Jimmy Cook.
The Jim Bulls has taught us that bat on ball right under your eye. And these are going to do something else. So we can't blame it on the old man, can you?
Hey, look.
But
Conway, Quinton de Kock, Neil McKenzie, Graham Smith all come from Jimmy Cook. So I'm not one to fight. One of the greatest batters South Africa have had not to ever actually play many games or games for South Africa.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It was funny because every time
Coach Davies saying,
yes,
I'm saying, Coach Davies saying that is because Kez is all flat wickets. Yeah, by the way, Coach Davies, I took 47 wickets in 17 games. It's not so flat after all. Sir.
It's not so flat after all. Humble brag. Vian Mulder coming in for Kagiso Rabada. One slip and a gully. And then there's some catches in the ring on the square on the offside. First ball. Blundell defends that out on that off-stump line, actually. On that 6-stump line for no run. He should have just let that go through. But that's what it is. You know, Devon Conway would, after school, would pack his cricket bag if he didn't have cricket practice, and he'd go all the way down the road to Cairns to go and have his things with Jimmy, and then he'd come back, and then he'd score runs against you over the weekend. As the next ball fall outside the off stump, let go by Blundell to Verena, no run.
And the thing is, having watched him play at Old Eds, I always thought to myself, how is this going? Like he is so compact, and you can't get him out anyway because you go on the offside, he'll cut you or pull or drive you. Like where do you get him out? And that's what he's done in international cricket, where guys haven't really found the way to get him out. They've tried, but he's been very, very good.
Mulder into Blundell, back of a length ball. No run there. Blundell letting go through to Calvary now for no run. A guy who doesn't attack the crease is Vian Mulder. If we're talking attacking the crease. He bowls a very pretty ball. It's lovely. It's beautiful. Comes out the hand, wrist position,
and that's it.
Position is perfect, and it swings, but it's not because I know what you mean by attacking the crease. Vern, even with the way he could move the ball, attack the crease. This is something else. Slip gully, short extra cover, catching extra cover as this one just outside that off stump. Vian Mulder just forcing and tempting Blundell to drive through the covers. He's not biting. as he just shoulders arms to the keeper, no run. Random fanboy says, "How's it?" Hi, random fanboy, one of our faves. And then Sachin Banguru says, "Going to Vienna's first change is an interesting call. You think they'd get the spin in early? Do you think Keshav is going to come on at the other end, or Dean's just looking to see which bowler can get something to start off with, as we get a little bit of a dead ball?"
Yes, I think he's going to bowl a few of his seamers. I think he's going to bowl a few of his seamers to check what's happening, and then Keshav as his last option. That, hey, all right, these Oaks haven't done me a job. Come in and do something.
Oh, Vian with a ball that gets an inside edge with Blundell coming forward to it. It got the inside edge, hit him on the pad, it bounced just straight down. And Devon Conway, with a great presence of mind, calling Blundell in, take him out of the scene of the crime. And it is a single to New Zealand. Score goes up to 128 for 4. Oh, what a ball. This one was turning into him. And maybe that's why Vian is playing, to attack both edges of the bat. And he attacked that inside edge really nicely. A bit of a Vatican slice there. But Devon was like, "Hey, dude, don't stand there too long. Come over. Let me try face this guy and see if I can't get some runs.
Let me look after you.
Yeah. So Devon Conway, one slip, gully. There's no catching extra cover, but there is a catching mid-wicket as Vian comes into him. This one with that natural shape into the left-handed Devon Conway around the wicket. He didn't get a hold of that, but that's the end of the over. 128 for 4. We've got one more over left here, Kabelo, before Coach Dave comes through and starts to take more wickets for South Africa, because clearly we don't know how to take a wicket.
No, I don't think it's about taking wickets for us. I mean, we both big supporters of Devon Conway, so I think the cricket gods are saying, "Listen here, let Conway get his 100, let Conway keep going, and South Africa might catch a hike this time." So yeah, maybe Coach Dave might come in and take a few wickets. Who knows? But going back to that point of attacking the crease.
Okay,
you spoke about Vernon Philander, for instance, and that's why he was so awkward to face, that he could move the ball and seam the ball and still attack you. Like, you never felt comfortable when that guy was bowling to you. So it's those kind of things that I love to see. Make the batsman uncomfortable.
So Kagiso's just changed ends here as he resumes for Marco Jansen. First ball way wide to Tom Blundell outside the off stump. No run. He's got 2 slips and a gully. So I've taken that man at extra cover out, inviting the drive. Coach Dave says, "Kids bowlers don't know what to do with the wicket that offers assistance." I wouldn't say that. But we've got a St. Stithians bowler on the one end. We've got 2 St. Stithians bowlers bowling in tandem right now. That's some sort of record for Chris Teeps to play with. Short ball outside the off stump, defended out to the fielder, back point, no run. Oh, it's just, I haven't felt this excitement of South Africa in it. Like, I love that Indie series and I love commentating on it. It was really, really nice to be there and witness this team, put a stranglehold on India. But we've always done this. So it kind of felt a little, okay, you should be. But this is something else. With 6 wickets away at the start of the day. Foolish ball, defended outside that off stump in that 6-stump channel by Blundell. Back to the bowler, no run. New Zealand have survived 40 minutes in the day. So that's a good thing. Very, very good thing for them. As we see some of the really, really great wickets that Kagiso has taken. He has opened this game up with bat and ball. 7 wickets in this match. 47 runs for the Soweto Lara, who bowls really quickly too. Outside the off stump, a little bit of a cut shot from Blundell, way wide. He tried to play at that one. He just played it straight into the ground with an underage that popped up to that fielder at gully for no run. 128 for 4. Kagiso is just looking to see which end he likes more. Maybe he might get something from the from the opposite end. As we see some of the New Zealand bowlers whose job is already done. They just have to come out and bat to save the game for their team. As the last ball of that over, or second last ball of that over, is wide outside the off stump. Blundell letting that go through, shouldering arms to the keeper, not choosing to play a shot. New Zealand need 298 to win, but most importantly, they are 18 minutes away to surviving the first hour of 6 in this cricketing final day of this Test series with South Africa. And this ball then becoming an inducker into Blundell. That was supposed to be the surprise ball, but it was slightly shorter than what you expected. And Blundell played that across the line to the leg side for a single. End of that over, 129 for 4. It's the end of our session, Gabello, but it looks like I think Chris is not in, so we'll just allow Coach Dave to come in for the banter.
Yes.
And let Coach...
Yes. Slegalele, you got to take wickets, mate. You can't just let these flippin' New Zealanders just take wickets to score runs. What is this nonsense? She's like shocking. 129 for 4. Take a wicket,
so
please.
I'll let you go through. Dave, I know you're slightly behind us, so we'll take it off your beat. I'll leave the two of you to play around and call this game while I sit watching Devin bat a little bit. So if
No,
Chris
he's not
comes
gonna
in,
bat for
we'll
long.
get him in.
Just give me 1 or 2 hours here. I'm gonna wrap this game up. Don't worry.
Okay.
Don't
All
worry.
the best.
I've got Jonathan. The wicket whisperer with me. Geez, you two are watching it like it's a flippin' Jimmy Cook masterclass here. We want to take wickets here. We want to wrap this game up. What is this, man? Come on.
Well, it is for the betting side, isn't it? They're enjoying themselves, doing the right thing. I don't think South Africa has been consistent enough, Davey. I think they haven't asked a lot of questions. They've given a lot of 4 balls.
Blundell was facing up to Mulder, and that's just left alone outside the off stump. Yeah.
So those kind of things, I think, for me, need to improve. If we want wickets, we got to be consistent enough and patient outside that off stump, asking question, ball in, ball out. And I haven't seen that. I've seen Oaks trying to get a ball every single wicket, which is not going to work. You got to be consistent. You got to find an area and you stay there.
Get a ball every single wicket. I'm going to ask that question again. Get a ball every single wicket. Mulder in again. And this is just down the leg side, nearly missing that leg stump, but no dice there. But this is also a wonderful thing. DJ coaching, and there's a DJ coaching bowler on. I love it. We're taking over. Wonderful. Keshav Maharaj has picked up 2 so far in this innings, and he's only got an economy of 2 from his 16 overs. So I wonder how long South Africa will keep him in their pocket. But we'll maybe discuss that at the end of this delivery. Mulder, he's yet to get any he hasn't struck yet, but certainly he's kept them quiet in his 1.4 overs. But Lexi, how long do you think that they're gonna? How long do you think Dean Elgar will just keep him in the top pocket there? Keshav Maharaj.
I think it's a very interesting question because the fast bowlers haven't done enough. As a captain, when you bring on a spinner, you want him to be bowling with someone who's consistent on the other side.
Just defended by Blundell on the back foot. No.
So I think for me, I would have brought him on just after Marco Janssen's over because KG was bowling fairly well on the other side. Say, come in now. Let's see what's happening with the ball. So give him 3 or 4 overs before just to see what's happening. If it's not turning and if it's not going his way, then you say, okay, hold back a little bit or bring you back a little bit later.
Yeah, I felt like I totally agree with you as Mulder comes in again. He comes right on over the wicket and left alone outside the off stump through to Brainer. I felt like there was just something lacking. There wasn't that, that razzmatazz, if you could call it, in terms of, the performance from a guy like Marco Jansen, particularly. I'm thinking of how he performed in that SAA series. There was a couple of instances where his bowling was, and I think we described it as vitriolic. I think I wanted that and I just felt like we didn't really get that, and just when as Mulder comes in again, and this one comes back into the right-handed Blundell, but still he's comfortable to leave that one alone outside the off stump. 53 gone, 129 for 4, and Blundell on 25 from 62. Conway on 70 from 149. I just felt once they got into the rhythm of things, then there was a change of bowling. I don't know. Am I missing something? Did it feel like they were just getting going and then bowling change?
No, I think the captain, and this is what happens when you don't get wickets as a captain. You try and make too many changes instead of saying, okay, listen, speak to the two fast bowlers who have already started and say, guys, this is what we're looking to do. Let's get it on. Because if you take Rabada out and you put this guy in, yes, you might be messing with the what's the right word I'm looking for? The continuity for the batsman.
Yeah.
Yes.
Round the wicket from Rabada into Conway, who just this onto the onside. He didn't look comfortable at all playing that shot, but I think with an absence of a Dwan Ulufir, I wanted somebody to come in and bowl short. I wanted somebody to come in and bowl aggressively, and who better than the man who's about 19 feet tall?
That's what. Hence why I said to Mpo earlier on. I haven't seen them attack the crease. You gotta attack that crease. You gotta make sure
in again. He's wide of the crease this time, round the wicket, and just defended, no run.
No, because I think that's very important, Davey, for fast bowlers, all fast bowlers. I even coach that to my fast bowlers. I don't care how young you are. It is very important that you run in, because that gives you that extra bit of zip. So you get that extra bit of bounce, that extra bit of movement as well. So even Vian Mulder, he's a very pretty bowler. He just kisses the
in again and defended to the offside. There's hands on head stuff there from the men in the slip cordon. You're saying?
Yeah, I'm just saying Vian Mulder is those kind of bowlers who just kiss the ground, not really hit the pitch. And I mean, though Vernon Philander didn't bowl at 140, he still challenged your inside edge and your outside edge every single ball.
Conway just runs away from that one. Not happy with Kagiso Rabada for some reason, just apologizing to everybody around. I want to ask you maybe a slightly spicy question. Maybe just a mild spice. Preservation ahead of the IPL. Do you think that's why the guys are not giving it their all? A guy like Vern didn't play in the IPL, and so didn't have to worry about preservation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes.
I'll listen on the radio. Thanks.
Yes.
KG in again, and this one's left alone. That just nipped back in and could have beaten that, or could have taken that off peg for a bit of a gymnastic session, but narrowly missing out there. Conway's on 70 here, and he's been struggling to get runs away pretty easily. Do you think it's just a preservation thing? Do you think guys are just, gently running in, and if they get a wicket, they get a wicket?
It is, Davey. It is, and I've always had a thing against this, and that's why I said look at KG
and looking at
2017.
Conway, he just comes across his stumps and just works that onto the onside, and Janssen does the fielding. They get through for 130 for 4, 1 to come.
So if you look at the speeds now, he'd be bowling at 138 and 136, something like that. You get to the IPL, the Oak is clocking 147, 148, and you're like, where was that again when you were playing for South Africa? And you see there exactly when you watch these guys play in the IPL, there's so much energy and they're running, and you're like, wow, he's so quick, he bowls nicely. By the way,
over the wicket to Blundell, the right-hander. He just defends that on the back foot. No run, 54 gone. 130 for 4. South Africa needs 6 wickets and New Zealand need 296, but we've still got plenty of time left in this final day's play. If you want to tweet us at OneWorldSR, at Guerilla SA, GUERILLASA, go to our YouTube channel, give it a like to this video, subscribe, ring the bell, you'll know exactly when we do go live, as well as when you give a thumbs up to the Facebook page. And you'll know exactly when we do go live. You can see us always through the South African summer. There's still Bangladesh coming up, as Kabelo alluded to, but there's Women's World Cup that we are not far away from. So once this final day gets underway in terms of the performance in this test match, South Africa will be back. But we just seem to have briefly lost the scorecard. We'll bring it to you in just a moment. But 54 overs gone. Mulder to begin a new over. It seems like South Africa will continue with him. He's bowled 2 overs, 0 for 1. And the first one is just defended on the front foot. And a bit of applause there from Markram behind the stump. So New Zealand are 130 for 4. They've bowled 54.1 overs. They need 296 runs to win. Tom Blundell is on 25 from 63. Devon Conway, 71 from 155. He's on strike facing Mulder. 2.1 overs gone, 0 for 1 in his spell. A lot of conversation here between the St. Stithians and Lions teammates, Kagiso Rabada and Vian Mulder. Some advice here. 242 wickets for Kagiso Rabada, and he'll no doubt pick up his 250th against Bangladesh. Round the wicket comes Vian Mulder. Better length and a better line, and he just says, ooh, as that one is defended on the front foot. No run.
So going back to our point there, Davey. So money's a big thing. Money's a huge thing, and money makes people play a little bit different, I suppose. And yeah, so that's been my biggest problem. Why don't give it 110%? Because you're still thinking, oh no, I have to go and give that other 30% to IPL and whatever. So sometimes that really annoys me. I wish South Africa had a lot of money to say, listen, guys, don't go there. Play for your country. We'll pay you this amount, and you stay fit for us for the longest of time.
That last one was just defended by Conway. No run. What does Markram's hat? I've said it before. I'm saying it again. What does Markram's hat look like? He played 300 tests for South Africa. Somebody surely did he leave his hat out in the sun in Pakistan? This one from Mulder comes round the wicket, and Conway works that away to the onside, and I'm going to bring in Mpendulo at the end of the over, and I'll say thank you, Hlegalele, for keeping me company for the time that we've had together. 54.4 overs gone, and this partnership now worth 50. Blundell contributing 25, Conway 24, and an extra, just the solitary outstanding run in that contribution tally. But that's come off 117 deliveries, and we just need to make sure that as South Africans, we rip through this New Zealand batting lineup, perhaps in the last couple of moments here, just before lunch. Mulder in again, and easy for Blundell just to leave that one through to Verena. No fuss there. Pendulo is now joined us. Mpo has probably just let him in early. Snuck in there, Pendulo. You joined us just before the end of the over, 1 ball to go.
I work with the shadows, Dave.
Yeah, snuck a run there. Beautiful. Can you sneak a wicket here, please? That would be tremendous. But 131 for 4, and the final ball of the 55th. There's 2 catching mid wickets. Mulder in, and it goes through to Verena. No fuss. So 55 gone, 131 for 4, and New Zealand need 295 to win. Blundell on 25 from 65, Conway 72 from 158. Mulder, he's just collected the 2 runs from his 3 overs, and I'm going to say thank you to Kabelo Hlegalele, and have a good evening, and we'll see you a little bit later.
Thank you, Mr. Sheksa.
Yeah, cheers.
So, Mpendulo, hello,
Dave.
sir. Good morning.
Oh my goodness! Not my alarm not going off. The classic case.
Best of us.
But
I
here
swear
we
it's
are
like
today.
we're thwarted. Mate, there's still Australia at the end of the year. And that's hard because, you've been eating all day. It's December, December, boss. And then you're like, yo, that afternoon nap hits. And then it's like you wake up, you eat more, and then straight back into the nap. And then,
And you promise yourself, you're like, I'm going to wake up like 30 minutes before the game starts. What a lie.
Absolutely. You're going to see guys during the Women's World Cup awake at midnight when the game starts at 3 o'clock.
Oh
2
my
slips
God.
and the gully in place. Kagiso Rabada's bowled 14 overs, 2 for 35. He goes around the wicket with a backward short leg in place in Rassie van der Dussen, but defended by Conway into the offside where Bavuma does the cleanup work. A man on the helmet. Are we going to get the short-pitched, feisty stuff that we've been looking for?
It could be that. And the second thing that it could be, you saw how Tom Latham lost his wicket. It wasn't necessarily a short ball, it was a full one where the bat just twisted in hand.
Conway.
Something like that.
Oh, what a shot! That, in the sense that he played that well to keep it down. I think Rusty van der Dussen was sharp to it there and just getting it on the bounce. But Conway's played that very well. Just into the pads and soft hands meant it was on the bounce. That was incredibly intelligent cricket from Conway.
It was a very soft touch there, Dave.
Yeah, we're not like the home broadcasters where we just all about the South Africans. Oh, wait, Conway, never mind. This one's defended. It's almost like a check drive type shot there from Conway, but didn't quite time it as well as he'd wanted. And so Rabada just gets a hand to it as Maharaj does the cleanup, no run.
And a nice thing that the Black Caps will be, and every New Zealand fan will be happy about, is the confidence that Conway is playing with. The way he's defending is not tentative. He knows exactly what he's doing as we wait for the fourth ball here.
Yeah, absolutely. Rabada around the wicket to Conway that just missed the stumps. Lovely bit of bowling there from Kagiso. And Werner said it was the Pakistan for Markram's hat. No, Werner, please. I'm for dad jokes, but I think it's like the wrong time in the middle of the night to be like, what's going on? Ursula Ulofse, good morning to you. I presume by your surname that you're a South African fan. We'll get to your comment just after this. Right arm round the wicket. KG comes very wide and obviously trying to make use of the angle into the left-handed Conway, but he just defends that Chitemba in the covers. Ursula's saying, hi all, why is the normal internet radio stream not available? We will work on that very shortly, just to get that one WSR feed back up. But you can happily join us here on YouTube as well as Facebook Live. We will be bringing you every single moment of this action. We may be down someplace, but we will be back up very shortly. One ball remaining in the 56th. It's 5-5-5 on the overs tally. Kagiso Rabada will give you the full scorecard after this. Right arm.
Catch it!
Has he caught it there? No. Verena seems nonplussed about that one. It deserved a catch. You called it. We almost picked up a wicket there. So it's these St. John's and Kes boys that don't take wickets. They just score runs. Anyway, 56 gone. 131 for 4. They need 295 to win. Blundell on 25 from 65. Conway on 72 from 164. Rabada's bowled 15, 2 for 35. And Vian Mulder gets rid of the helmet. And so it looks like we'll go back to our regularly scheduled programming and just some information. But from our wonderful executive team saying, hi, Ursula. Tune in may be down, but we're live on 1WSR.com, which is the best place to listen to the audio-only option. So, yes, go to 1WSR.com if tune in is not working for you. Vian Mulder in again for the start of a fourth over. He's been really frugal, as much as they've been unhappy. Have our predecessors in commentary have been unhappy with Mulder just gently landing at the crease and putting up there. If he's not conceding runs, is there a major crisis? Something to consider.
Not entirely. We'll discuss. I'll put in my point of view in the next ball.
Mulder in again. There's 2 catching mid wickets, and Blundell's also happy to defend. No run.
You see, just like that, Dave. It was a ball outside the off stump. Blundell felt the need to play for that where there wasn't. There's an attacking fielder in the slip. And apart from that, they are not scoring runs. If we're looking at the trend over the past 6 overs, it's only been 4 runs conceded. That's a lot of pressure that's now going to be put onto the batsman as well. Even though you want to defend, a score like 295 is quite gettable if you play smartly. So maybe keep the score ticking as well. Not sure.
Just one on the in that mid-wicket region. He tries to punch this off the back foot, does Blundell. It was a ball outside the off stump. Better length in terms of challenging Blundell, but Van der Dussen does the clean-up work. And not a run for him. I wonder if,
And then,
yeah, go ahead.
sorry about that. And then the last thing is that in that other side of the pitch, you have Kagiso Rabada, who is looking threatening. So one end is being held up by Mulder, much like a spinner would. Still threats here and there, but the other end has the danger man as the fourth ball comes through.
Absolutely. Mulder with a wideish gully in place, and it's just beaten that gully on the left-hand side. It deserved a little bit more the pressure, and it's now 4 runs going down to that third man region. So you spoke about that pressure, and the pressure resulting in an edge.
Exactly. And this is what Rian Mulder does. It's that consistency. He keeps on hitting it there, and he's got his lines and length very well here today. The slight slowness of the pitch as well, and now that it's dry, it adds value to his slow-paced bowling. And if he's full enough, just like he was there, he'll draw those batsmen into the shots and get edges like those.
Mulder in again and defended again by Blundell, and Van der Dussen once again does the cleanup work. There's 1 ball remaining in the 57th, 135 for 4. They need 291 runs to win. Blundell on 29, Conway on 72, and Mulder's collected just 6 runs from nigh on 4 overs.
Mulder has been bowling well, even though he conceded that boundary and has now gone for 6 other than 2. In the manner that that boundary was conceded, it's exactly what he wants to see with the lines that he's bowling, and so will the captain in Dean Elgar.
Mulder to wrap up this over, and again defended off the back foot by Blundell. So, time for a drink. And what have you assessed so far in this first hour of play on day 5?
New Zealand are not playing like how they normally do. They seem like they're playing much more slower. And slowly, you can't help the feeling but think that they are starting to put platforms to play for a draw. But it's a bit on tippy top water, because if you survive long enough and you keep on chipping those 2 runs per over, 3 runs and over, that 220 might not look too far after all. You know, that 180 that you might be left with might not be too far. So we've seen crazier things in the game, but South Africa looked like they might get a wicket. And once that happens, especially the one of Devon Conway, who was on 72 right now, it will really start opening the doors for the Proteas. So they must continue playing these boring lines, these boring lengths. One of them will yield a result. And once that happens, you'll start chipping into the tail.
Yeah. Do you think we'll see a bowling change here after the drinks break? Do you think a guy like Maharaj will come into the fray, or will it be business as usual, perhaps just for a short period?
Keshav Maharaj is the trump card in this match, whether we like it or not. He's getting that bounce, he's getting that turn. You saw with the quality of the 2 wickets that he got yesterday and the quality of the bowling as well. At times it gave Devon Conway some problems. So maybe if he comes through, he'll be wanting to do that. But we look at the conditions here, Dave. It is absolutely cloudy. It is gloomy. And with South Africa having the likes of bowlers that they have, Marco Jansen is there, Luther Sapamla, if he gets things going, is also there. So maybe South Africa will be starting to look to exploit that movement, just like Rian Mulder is as well. And then maybe Maharaj just before lunch.
Just before lunch, you want just a stealer of a wicket. Then why not bring on Aiden Markram if you're going to steal wickets? Or do you think Keshav Maharaj is better placed?
You have Keshav Maharaj. He is your spin bowler. That's why he was brought into the team. And it's not like he has been playing badly, Keshav Maharaj. He's doing an excellent job in my books, especially in a pitch where it was hinted that it won't turn. All of a sudden, this pitch is dried up. It's gripping that ball and he's getting that bounce. And he's really enjoying what he's doing, is Keshav Maharaj. So, man, I believe that you stick it with the guy that you brought in to do the job. He'll give Conway problems. He'll give Blundell problems. And as they show him now, he's a smart player. He's a leader in the team as well. So let him take initiative and let him fight for his place because that is what he's here for.
Absolutely. And so Avana Erasmus is just saying it shows how big that drop by Arvia was when Conway was only on 5. And absolutely, Werner, I think it's one of those that, you know, the old adage of catches win matches, as we will see Keshav Maharaj begin the first over after drinks. As we see Verena put his helmet on, and Maharaj hand over his jersey to somebody else who's going to be nice and toasty. But I think you're right. I think it's, one is catches win matches is never going to go out of style. I don't think coaches will be singing it until the cows come home. But to Keshav Maharaj, I think you're right. Pick somebody for the sake of the execution in terms of a specialist. So let's quickly give you the field. It is a slip in place. A man under the helmet. Sarel Ervia is the man who will be bringing you the skills under the helmet. We're hoping he's thinking about his inner. I think of guys like Hashim Amla and Gary Kirsten of old who were brilliant under the lid. But Maharaj, he's going to come left arm over the wicket to Conway. Just defends us with a massive stride on the outside that off stump region. Bavuma is at a wideish mid off or mid on rather to maybe just try and maybe sneak a wicket. Maharaj in again, and there's a hard sweep shot, but great stop there by Vian Mulder. I don't know if that came off Arvia under the lid there. He's in a forward short leg position, and but he looked like he swept that quite hard.
It's the best way to negate that turn that Maharaj is going. Meet the ball where it bounces and get runs. And
reverse sweep this time. This has beaten the man down at kind of a deep point or a deep backward point region. A little bit slow off the blocks there. I think it was Rossi van der Dissen who was doing the sweeping out there in the deep, and that'll go to the boundary for 4. Innovative batting, to say the least.
That is an excellent shot that was played there by Devon Conway. I'm sure it caught Keshav Maharaj by surprise. We were talking about how the sweep negates the movement. So does the reverse sweep. It's just that now it's going the other direction. It was very well spotted that this deep point is very square and exploited that gap.
Maharaj in and just defended off the back foot by Conway. A bit of applause there from Aiden Markram. We hope he's not sleeping there. There's always a you want your slip fielder to be sharp. I think there's very few better in the world. As Maharaj is in again and defended again by Conway. I think of great slip fielders in terms of spinners. 3 come to mind for me: Raul Dravid, Mahela Jayawardene, and Jacques Callis. I think for me those 3 were head and shoulders above the rest in terms of their slip catching abilities. As Maharaj in once again, the last ball of the over, swept hard. The umpire at square leg had to get out of the way, but collection work there for Marco Janssen. They'll get 2, and that concludes the 58th over. 141 for 4. Blundell on 29 from 71. Conway on 78 from 170. Maharaj at the end of his 17th, 2 for 38.
Devon Conway is looking like he's going to give us a hard time. He's going to give the South Africans a hard time, rather. And that means that our conversation about the slip fielder, will he even give them a chance?
Come on, Mpendula. You got to be positive. You got to back.
In matches, I have to be positive. We need to be objective as much as we possibly can. And Devon Conway is looking like he's playing for something special here. And Keshav Maharaj, I would say that they must crowd the bat a little bit more just for the fun of it.
Mulder to begin a new over and defended handsomely by Blundell. See, I can be a nice guy to the New Zealanders. I think it's an interesting battle for those 2, particularly Maharaj and Conway, because both of them playing at one point for the Dolphins, and I think that would be maybe a conversation that might happen. Just a whisper into Devin Conway's ear. I remember Devin Conway opening the batting with Morne van Wyk at one point, and it was excellent to watch as they destroyed many South African teams. This one is into the pads of Mulder, and Blundell tries to push it away to the onside, but Ervia cleans things up.
Something might be happening on this pitch here, Dave. We see when Rian Mulder's running in, he's covering that ball, not showing where the shine is. Might that be a hint of reverse swing on this pitch, which will add a whole new dimension into the game?
Yeah, I don't think he wants to. You're right. Doesn't want to show the shine. This one is punched away off the back foot, but it'll be cut off by Kagiso Rabada, and at best they'll get one. And Blundell finally gets off strike. He had to really apply himself there, but it was a lovely shot. But good bit of work there. So good cricket all around. I think it's that, but perhaps also the direction of the seam. I don't know if he's maybe saying, you might be able to pick it up, but you're not going to be able to see the presentation of the seam as Mulder. Maybe he's still thinking about breakfast in that moustache of his, because his tongue's out. He's focused. But I wonder. 58.3 overs old is the ball, so we're a little bit away still from that new egg. And wonder what that's. But I think reverse swing has largely struggled to be the star of the show, as Mulder's in again with the man under the helmet this time, and they're going to drop and go timber. We scream from the couches here at home, but he shies at the non-strikers end as Conway gets through for one. He goes to 79 now. 2 balls remaining in the over. I think reverse swing hasn't been as much of a star of the show in a COVID or post-COVID world because of the lack of moisture that is able to be imparted upon the ball. We saw Saro Ervi, and I'll tell you after this delivery what he did. I'm not sure why he did that. Mulder in again and defended once again masterfully by Tom Blundell. He was rubbing it on his armpit. No, don't rub it on your armpit. I suppose rubbing it on your groin is not much better, but I'm not so sure about it.
The best way to rub it is where you'll get whatever you're looking for from the ball. If you want to dry it up, hey man, if you want to wet it up, do the same thing. But please don't rub it where the zip is. We can see because that scuffs up the ball, and just to mention,
Mulder in again now. This is driven hard and it's cut off wonderfully there at mid-on by South Africa's skipper. End of 59, 143 for 4, and New Zealand need 283 to win.
I've been sitting here and I've been wondering, Dave, that if the New Zealand batters, they are starting to get a march on. They've had a couple of boundaries in the last couple of overs. The dot balls are still there, but I'm trying to see where South Africa are getting their wickets with the way that they're going. You see, there was a change in those last 2 balls where they brought in a short mid wicket who was hugging the crease and was hugging the whole entire pitch, and then they kind of asked Rian Mulder to bowl a straighter line. The ball for the last 3 balls was much more straighter, trying to induce Tom Blundell into playing a straight shot and hopefully a false one to activate that man who is guarding that pitch. So it was a nice tactical ploy.
First ball from Maharaj and defended. No run. I think Dean Elgar's not afraid to attack here. I think he's got runs in the bag that he can play with, but I think he'll be cognizant of how well Conway has been batting here, despite the pressure that he may be feeling. Maharaj in again, and a large stride there from Conway to try and nerf the spin. Weather in Christchurch is 18 degrees Celsius, but marvelous to see the fans out there in their numbers. Small amounts of fans. Lovely bit of bowling there from Maharaj, and even better from Conway to keep that one out. He set up to sweep, but it was far fuller, and he was adept to the decision and defended with a straight bat. Almost reminds me of I think it was what's that Pakistan batter's name? Oh, now it's going to drive me insane. Where he set up for a sweep, opened the blade, and beat the man at slip with an open blade. I'm trying to think about it. I'll certainly come back. It's a reverse sweep again, and this time it's cut off by Rassie van der Dussen at a deep point region, so they'll just get the one for it. Let me do a bit of research while you tell us about how South Africa are going to pick up a wicket, possibly.
My deepest frustration here is that they're allowing Devon Conway to stride in forward and be confident in the defensive shot. If they take the risk and put another man inside the helmet and they put him in front, they have a silly mid wicket and a silly mid off. Now he has a problem because now whenever he strides forward, there's a possibility that some of the footmarks or some of the scuffiness of the pitch might bring the ball back and bounce it, and then either man on either side of the helmet is an attacking threat.
Maharaj comes around the wicket. Oh, there's an opportunity here as that one is beaten the leg stump, but Mulder is waiting there at leg slip, as well as there is a man. So there is certainly catching options around the bat, and there's going to be a couple of words in the ear of Blundell here, no doubt. Maharaj in, and oh my word, on the back foot, defending that on the bounce to Arvia. And 60 gone, 144 for 4. I think if South Africa, are able to continue pressure here, we may see some changes in the nature of the game. But Conway has been batting incredibly well, and Blundell's been supporting him masterfully. I think 144 for 4.
Do you see them being able to chase this down, Dave?
You know what? Cabello and I actually had a conversation briefly at work about how this game is going to pan out. And I said that I just feel like South Africa needs to take a wicket or preferably 2 before lunch. I think if between in that first session, as Mulder's in again, and this one is defended and awkwardly defended onto the onside, and no run there. But I said if South Africa are able to take, what's the word? If they were able to take early wickets, if they're able to put pressure on New Zealand, if they could pick up Conway in that first hour and a bit, I really think they could pick it up. But no such luck there. So I think if South Africa don't pick up immediately after lunch, this one goes down the leg side. Oh, and Calvarena knows exactly how close that was. A good take down the leg side, but so nearly could have been something. So if South Africa, go for it.
The funny thing, Dave, is that it's those type of balls that normally go down the leg or are misdirected that catch the wickets. That's how Devon Conway lost his wickets in the first inning, exactly. So with this more attacking line by Wiaan Mulder, he's attacking those stumps, and he has a man on the leg side under the helmet as he goes for the third ball here.
He's in again and defends this one on off stump. No run.
He's being extremely aggressive here. So a little lapse of concentration from Conway, and he could present another opportunity like he did in the first match. Calvareni is sharp behind those stumps, so you don't want to test him out. And then you have Rassie van der Dussen, who's under him, who's looking straight at his behind, waiting for any mistake from that straight ball where the ball might do a Tom Latham.
RV double D, that's the man. And this one worked onto the onside, just beats RV double D on his right-hand side, I think, and Maharaj does the cleanup work. And Paul was saying Mohammad Rizwan for the Pakistan batsman, but I was actually thinking Misbah Haq. There's a famous video that one just beating Mulder on the left hand. There's a famous video where he goes in for a sweep, if not him, Yunus Khan, where he goes into a sweep and then suddenly adjusts and opens the blade and it beats the man wide, through a vacant slip / third man region. So if anybody has that video, please comment it or tweet at Guerilla SA GUERILL. What a shot! He's just smashed that, held the position, square of the wicket. Lovely shot. And Paul, welcome as we conclude the 61st.
Hey guys. You guys can keep going until O'Connor joins. But yeah, I'll just be here in the background, adding a third voice.
Good work,
Awesome. That
Paul.
was just a glorious shot. I need to point it out as Wian Mulder presented so much worth. He pushed his entire body into it and with a flurry stroke and the full face of the bat, smashes
Hashtag
that
hold
through
the
the cover.
pose.
Yeah,
Hashtag
hashtag
hold the pose.
hold the pose, strike a pose. Right. Now there's a kind of a shortish mid on, and there's 3 helmets. So what? There's 15 runs on offer here.
He's been there for Blandel the entire time as they
Yeah,
try to use him and almost get him there. Thank you. 61st over gone.
Yes, 61 gone. That's the end of us. And Paul, I'm happy to hang around with you, or if
Okay.
you'd like,
Sure, no problem.
Pendulo can hang out because either way, I'm happy to assist where needed. Do you want to come? I'll move you to first slip. There you
First
go.
slip.
There you go. I'm out to the gully region.
Okay. Sure, guys. Thank you very much. Maharaj to resume. 149 for 4. Conway 19 away from a century. We're on milestone watch. And if I do jinx you, my friend, I'm sorry. But
I was about to say, don't do it.
I'm
Don't
not
do
sorry.
it.
I'm not
I
sorry.
have to do my job, Devin, as Maharaj starts off first ball to him. Turning into the left-hander, a little bit fuller. Maharaj thought he was in with something, but Devin gets a healthy piece of bat, and it trickles all the way down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, that one just went very fine there. I've been impressed with how Conway's played Maharaj. You know, the sweep shots, both that the normal, the conventional, and the reverse have been good.
Yes, the next ball to come in. I was just waiting for Keshav to get his bearings again. Every ball's an event with Keshav. Like even if it's like a normal ball, it's like
Spinners.
really
Splendidly.
yeah. Coming over the wicket now. To Conway across him, the left-hander with a slip, and this one's just an arm ball, just goes through. He just needs one to but that's the thing, he turns it away from the left-hander with the arm ball, just going to keep going with the angle. Next ball in, reverse sweep comes out, Devon Conway straight to the fielder at I nearly said fine leg, but it's third man because it is a reverse sweep, even though it's effectively it's a cut, but it's a fancy cut. That's what I call it.
I want to see Coverena with the South African equivalent of Nice Gary. I don't know. Maybe I just want to be a guy. I mean,
nice Keshi.
To see 2 set batsmen, something's got to give. And how do you get that ball? Maybe get another skin.
Oh, this ball coming in to Blandel gets a bit of an inside edge. The field to Blandel, leg slip, and that short leg. Devon's the only one who's only got one fielder around the bat. Well, he is on 86. Blandel's on 34. New ball due in 18.2 overs as Blandel comes down to the pitch of the ball and tries to clear past the fielder at mid-wicket. Doesn't do that. Dean Alger doing well to stop that one. No run there. 154 for 4. 272 to win. Can they get there?
Yes.
I don't think so. Ooh. So that's a very confident yes.
I based on that shot, I don't think they're afraid of taking on these 2.
Ooh.
Blandel coming down the wicket, and he plays that one to the short leg fielder on the bounce. Keshav is trying to figure out what level of where that ball actually hit the short leg, if it went in and out. Sala Evia says nope, it was bouncing. 2 Dolphins teammates talking to each other there.
It was
So it might be
It was actually an interesting chance to get a run out and get their man there with Sarolavia if he was sharp enough. But that was a tough chance.
But that is why teams should have professional short leg fielders rather than putting in debutants under the helmet. It just makes a lot more sense that way. I don't know about you guys.
I agree.
Jagannath says need to bring Markham to bowl. No, we've passed that one. Sorry, Jagannath. That's so I'm stopping there. No, guys.
Why would you do that? He claimed 2 wickets in the first match, and he bowled with a different element.
This guy shouldn't be in the team. We're keeping in the team because he can bowl spin.
To bowl part-time spin.
I'm tired of this, guys. No, can't be allowing pretty privilege to get more opportunities. Next thing he takes a fifer. Do you drop him for Bangladesh? No, we're going to need 2 spinners anyway, and he can bat a bit. Oh, no, even though he averages 12. No, I don't.
Mutusami.
With that.
But then bet him at
When you
10 then. Bet him at 10 if he's going to spin.
Imagine him. He'll be like the world's best number 10. Luto Sapamla into the attack, and he starts with a leg stump half volley that Devon beautifully on one leg plays out to fine leg, wideish fine leg, for squarish fine leg, square leg actually for one. So
very Richard-esque. That
I know, shot. Right? Dev, man, this is what I wanted to see. 87, Conway's on 87, scores a 155 for 4.
He's gonna nick it on 99. Come on.
Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
Sorry, I want
the St. John's. I want the school newsletter to read Devon Conway scores 100 against South Africa. He's the only.
So is it about St. John's or South Africa? This is like.
It's about my friend.
Is it about the political party, or is it about the country?
It's about my friend. It's about my friend. I lived with him for 4 years. Watched him bat as much as I could. Really, really awesome. Sapamla into Blundell, that's overpitched actually and driven straight to the field at extra cover. No run. Jagannath says Seamers are not getting anything. How Luto, and then Sachin says how Luto took 2 wickets though. Jagannath says, I don't care whether he bats or not. If he can get wickets, winning should matter, not the other things. That is true. That is true. I'd rather let Dean Alga bowl himself, but he's the reluctant bowler. He's the reluctant captain. Similar to Sune Lees, Proteas woman in New Zealand. I hope she bowls herself a lot more. She needs to bowl herself an average of 6 overs a game. That's what I think.
Particularly in the absence of Dene Finikek, I think.
Yes. As we get Sapamla into Blundell, let's go through to the keeper around. But Markram would work because he's right arm off spin. So it would work. It's just next thing he takes 5 and then we find ourselves in a whole lot of trouble when it comes to Bangladesh. Next thing, Keegan Peterson gets dropped for just getting COVID.
It gives Aidan Markram confidence to do well in the domestic scene as he gets his form back to consistency.
He's not going to play even in the 4-day. I'll tell you now.
And then he'll play 1-day cup and then score 1 million runs. And then they're like,
yes,
he's the Bullock.
But we must know the truth. Ooh, full toss. It's a bumper and well dispatched by Blundell. It normally surprises batters, but it didn't surprise him. Well timed all the way down the ground for 4.
Deserved that punishment, that ball from Luto Sapamla. It's just always trying to find his range in his first over. He was starting to get his lengths correct, and then this one just searching for it. As you saw the last 2 deliveries, Paul, he just overpitched it.
Well, it's
and
now in the air.
He got it wrong.
The air there, but
it does. Even the one that overpitched, it was swinging away. So it was well dispatched, though, from Tom Blundell.
Another ball, full outside the off stump. Blundell lets it go through to the keeper, no run.
When you said some and then paused like that, I thought you were going to say, but he once told me the world was gone.
Luto Sapamla just looking down at Stingy. It was staring down at Blundell after that 4. Now there's that silly mid on. Very silly. Then you've also got short mid wicket, who's also kind of silly. And you've also got wideish mid on down the ground in some sort of like an in-out, reverse in-out, horizontal in-out field, as this one hits straight to Dean Alga at wideish mid off for no run. End of that over, 159 for 4 after 63. They need 267 to win. To within the realms of possibility. This pitch isn't giving any demons, as many people would have loved. Keshav needs to aim for those foot marks to get something out of the square. Blundell on 38, Conway on 87. New Zealand still bad until like 10, so they've got guys who are handy and can hang around. So going to be quite interesting to see how that goes through and how South Africa managed to get this one out. And that's the problem about New Zealand. The pitches get better as the days go by. And so this probably might even be the best day to bat, because yesterday was a really lovely day to bat. So just something that might, but it's an interesting thing because New Zealand are seeing what a world-class spinner can do on their pitches. Maharaj to Conway around over the wicket. It's around the wicket, and Conway sweeps that one to the fielder. He's got 45 in the ring on the leg side. He's also got a short leg, and he's found that 45 on the ring. He's also got a slip. So Keshav trying to use his tricks, opening up his bag.
What did Keshav look like? He just nicked it and dropped it. I mean,
another one just swept to a point boundary, and there is no fielder. Not point, square leg boundary. There is no fielder. It will roll away slowly for 4. Conway is 9 away from
nicking
century.
off.
No. No, 9 away from allowing South Africa to win this game. But it would be really lovely for Conway to score a century against his home nation. There's no bad blood between them like all the others who have left, like KP and all of those guys. But I really would have loved for Conway to just do that. I know it's one of his dreams to score a Test match century. And there's an LPW appeal that pitched outside leg. It would have had to straighten a lot to Conway.
That might be the one that Keshav Maharaj has been looking for.
Might be the one. But this one straightened a little bit. Dean Elgar has chosen to send it up to DRS.
Yes.
Let's see.
His natural movement with the left hand is to turn back into the left-hander. So that's worth a shout.
So Conway was aiming for a reverse sweep. He missed it, and it hit him on the front pad. The question obviously is, did the ball pitch inside the line, which it did. It did straighten and turn away from the left.
Height might be the question.
Yeah, so let's have a look. Pitched in line, hitting in line, over and missing. Sorry, I might be a little bit ahead, but
no, that's fine.
That's missing. Devin survives that one. But whoo! Oh.
I could nearly have picked up a wicket in the 90s. Yes, fellas.
Heart in the mouth stuff for me. But really, really, really happy that Dev survives to see another day. But Kesha would feel unlucky. He'll probably say the New Zealand guys are playing around with Hawkeye. Similar to
I was going to say, should he shout into the stump mic? Virat Kohli.
So Junaid says, again, I would say draw, confirm, hello. Guys, draw, friends, draw. Yes, we've heard you, Junaid. I don't think it'll be a draw. I think after Devon scores his 100, it's going to open up, maybe after lunch. Because South Africa, even though they started off well for like the first 20 minutes, Kagiso bowled within himself, but he bowled those nice lines and lengths. As the next ball is swept down to a conventional sweep, no reverse sweep this time, to a square leg for a single, 92. Devon goes 2, 164 for 4. I do think they'll come back after lunch, and South Africa will be a lot more fired up, and they will make sure that they clean this up. It just feels as though it's one of those South African bowling mornings where they've done pretty much everything right. It's just, it has been at like a 75% pace. It hasn't been like 100%. As this ball from Maharaj going on with the arm down the leg side, lovely leg glance past that leg slip. Blundell's going to call Devon Conway back in for 2, as that score goes up to 166. New Zealand need 260 to win. Blundell 40, Conway 92. It's quite an intriguing game we have. It's epic and flowing again, which is something that the South Africans wouldn't have wanted. Seems like New Zealand are in with a shot as the next ball comes down the leg side as Blundell cuts that out to the keeper, no run.
We can see the array of skill here from Keshav Maharaj. Now he's getting that leg slip to be activated into the game. He's switched up his line a little bit, using that arm ball a little bit more. And it's an easier ploy to attack to Tom Blundell, because Devon Conway has been lethal with those sweep shots. Conventional, reverse. So trying to be more attacking against Tom Blundell and use the fielders around the bat. So it's been good bowling from Keshav Maharaj.
Hashtag more center screen. Yes, you knew exactly what I was on about.
Yes, guys, the Wi-Fi at Simon's house has gone down, so we're just going to carry on like this until the for the last 24 minutes until lunch, and then we'll get it sorted out during lunch. Let's give the guy a little bit of sleep. As end of that over 166 for 4. Junaid Rana wants to ask us a question. So if you can ask us a question, then we can
ask
answer
and
it.
you shall receive.
No, the game's not ending a draw. That's my answer to if you think it is going to be a draw.
Yeah, there's going to be a result.
Yes, Sapamla to resume with 1 slip. He's asking which city we're in. I'm in Johannesburg. Dave's in Johannesburg. I don't know where Bendulo resides. Oh, Luto Sapamla has Devon Conway trapped in front, and he gets him out. Yes! LBW. Devon will be going up for DRS on 92. You better be going up for DRS, Dev. But what a ball. Surprised. It might be going down leg, Dave. It might be going down leg. But South Africa with the breakthrough as the umpire put this hand up. I was about to tell you that there's a short leg, and it looked like he was shaping up for a short ball. But then it was a full one, Yorker length, Luto Sapamla with possibly the breakthrough that opens up this game and leads South Africa to victory.
Amir Malik says, please be out again, DRS. But coming back to, I think we were looking at the previous over. Luto bowled a half, an underarm pie and was summarily dispatched, and that's the ball he was looking for.
Yes, that was the ball he was searching for. That moment we were asking which South African would make the play, and it was Luto Sapamla. Let's look at Ultra Edge, ladies and gentlemen, and it is missing the bat. Okay, so it is full. It hit him on the bottom of that front pad.
It's going under, Import. It's going under. Come on, man. Sheesh.
And it is pitching in line, hitting in line, and hitting wickets. And Devon Conway, South Africa get that breakthrough 22 minutes before lunch. Conway goes for 92. You could say that Import center screen. You can say that
a wicket and Import center screen. I feel like it's my Christmas day. And Conway's out in the 90s. Yes.
Why? I know.
South Africa first.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Devon.
I bleed green and gold. Green and gold, I bleed it.
But to go out to a ball like that, that's amazing. But an incredible series for Devon, an incredible start to his career. 92. Man averages, before the start of this innings, he averaged 61. But a really great innings from him. Fighting innings in this. And then it brings in another man who fights, who comes out with his pullover. But his pullover is so long, it looks like a dress on him.
That's what the coaches at school would say. Mr. Mutrane, are you wearing a dress? Tuck your shirt in. Exactly. They look like that and they say, Mr. Mutrane, tuck your shirt in.
Yes.
Pull up your
and
stocks.
So 166 for 5. New Zealand needing 260 to win. Luto with the breakthrough. Colin de Grandhomme, the Centurion in the first innings, he's out to bat. 3 slips now to Luto. That's what you get for taking a wicket, guys. You get a full slip cordon. So that's going to be quite important. It actually gets 2, not 3. So CDG is in. Colin de Grandhomme is the next batsman. Amir Malik. He will be facing the second ball of Luto's 12th over. 2 slips and a gully. There's a fielder at backward point. There's also a fielder in the covers, extra cover, and also a conventional cover to Luto as he comes to bowl. The first ball to Colin, a wide outside the off stump, full outside the off scoring, outside the off stump, and he lets it go through for no run. Jagannath says, finally, no more ex-South African scoring century against the Poachers. He's not a bitter ex-South African. He actually does say that he didn't play well in South Africa. So he's not like all the others who are complaining that they got shafted because of transformation. Really, really happy for Devon. Werner says, de Grandhomme is the one player that can still realistically help keep New Zealand in with a chance of chasing down this total with his natural attacking batting. And this one's another one. It is a full, it hit him on the pads. There is an appeal from the South Africans. Looks like it was an inside edge, Dean Alga. I've seen reviews for less, my man. I've seen reviews for less. And he turns around.
That looked
So
like it was just slightly going down leg if it didn't hit the bat. Maybe it was going down leg because it did hit the bat.
yeah, that's no, but it's a big. Oh yeah, it's going down leg. It looks like he missed the
Nah, it's
bat, but it
missing
was
leg
going
bit.
down leg.
He's
It's
not
getting
exact.
into shape in now. It's getting it to come in.
But
So
you
that's
see
really awesome.
how one lifts the spirits of a side.
Yeah, one brings
He's
two, and then two brings
absolutely
three.
pumped up.
And then three brings four, and then four brings five, and then five brings six. So going down leg, that last one. Sapamla into CDG. This one is in that fifth stump line, and CDG, Colin de Grandon, plays at that one. No foot movement, so we might be in with some drama there, and no run there. I actually would. I know Kesha's been burning on the other end. I actually would bring in Kagiso for these final 18 minutes and see if it will go through. Sachin Banguru says Colin is average, replying to Vanna. Amir Malik says, who wins the match? Your prediction? I think there's only one side in it, guys.
Well, Amir Malik says he thinks South Africa will win. He supports South Africa. So
That is true. Two slips and a gully and three fielders on the offside as this one is driven on that half volley. But Rassi van der Dussen doing a good job at cover for no run. Vanna says, it looks like we're getting a little bit of reverse swing from Luto.
I'm going to Luto. Aiden Markram, when you see him lift his hands above his head when the Kesha Maharaj celebration as well, or the attempted appeal, and then that one from Sipamla, he's got red under his arm, and it looks like a child who's been eating sweets or drinking, a flavored juice. It looks terribly strange to see a red armpit.
Sapamla into Colin de Grandom. That one's a full ball driven through the offside. Not a lot of foot movement. You just bring the arms through and well driven to that extra cover boundary for 4. That takes the score up to 170 and the target for New Zealand 256.
And look, as a South African bowler, as Luso Sipamla, you'll be happy with those shots. You'll be happy with the over that you just bowled, barring that drive. Colin de Grandhomme is still trying to get himself into the game, and I'm sure he'll be riding on the confidence and on the belief that he had in the previous match, which is why the setup it's the way it is. You bring back your slip fielders, you bring back your gully, you attack that off stump to draw that drive. He finally fell for it. So will this be either a start for Colin de Grandhomme to score more or more opportunities for Luto Supamla to actually claim a wicket? So he's doing a fantastic job here, the young man.
Maharaj into Blandel, who comes down the wicket, and Sada Avia doing a great job there with the long barrier. The ball it seems like it ricocheted off his leg, and there was a bit of a run-out opportunity, but the South African wicketkeeper didn't know where the ball was going to go to, and he did try to throw it back, a la Quinton de Kock, behind the back, and he missed it. So really safe there. Dot ball with a lot of drama. Maharaj into Blandel, down with the arm, a little bit of a forward push, forward defense, inside edge, down onto the ground, onto the leg side. You've got short leg slip, conventional slip. You've also got a catching gully. Gully's always catching, but he's a little bit shorter and more flyish than. Yes, Maharaj bowling down that leg side and easy runs for Blandel as he pushes down to the leg side, and they'll come through for 2. Van der Dussen with his faded cap in the deep, picking that up. How is Rusty's cap so faded? He's only played like 12 test matches.
It's the same with Aiden, but Werner seems to claim it was Pakistan. The Pakistan. Like Pakistan, but Pakistan.
Pakistan. Wow. Okay. So we're going to see a lot of those baggy greens turn army green in this series of Australia and Pakistan. The next ball just played down the ground. It was a conventional balls, kind of straightened a little bit, defended by Blandel to Kagiso at mid-on, no run. Yeah, because Australia finally made it to Pakistan, so hopefully they'll get on a flight and make it away to South Africa and play us in a test series. Oh, that was the ball that Keshav was looking for. It was full, it was quick, and Blandel came forward to that, defended that because it looked like it was going to go through. So really good ball from Keshav Maharaj there.
He built it up very well, bluffing with that leg slip fielder because he was kept on being straight. Just changed it up a bit.
And then Blundell coming forward to another ball from Maharaj, just smothering the spin. End of the 66th over, 14 minutes to go to lunch. 172 for 5. We started the day 94 for 4, and the only wicket to fall was that of Devon Conway 92, with Luto Supamla getting him LBW with a Yorker length of ball. Blundell still out there on 42. De Grandhomme on 4 of 5. We've had 78 runs today for the loss of 1 wicket. New Zealand need 254 to win.
Amir Malik saying he's from Pakistan. Well, where are you from in Pakistan? Maybe from Rawalpindi, the home of the world's fastest bowler. And just an interesting thing there. We just saw Dean suggesting to Keshav, I'll get there, KG, suggesting to his skipper he wants to warm up and he wants the side that Keshav has.
I would too, because I'm 3 wickets away from getting a 10 for and the man of the match.
Why not? Why not?
And also most likely to get a wicket because the ball looks like it's swinging for Luso Sapamla. So most likely it might do something for KG Rabada as well.
And you've got 14 overs left until the new ball. So this is the time for Luto. Doesn't get a lot of opportunities with the new ball. He has to learn to bowl with the older ball. This time he comes in to right-hander Colin de Grandhomme with the silly mid on, and Colin drives that straight, negating that silly mid on as he drives that so straight you could draw a ruler length on your TV screen, and the ball will track that line all the way to the boundary for 4.
That was an insidiously good shot from Colin de Grandhomme. It doesn't do much. It doesn't go for power. It's just pure timing and meeting the ball where it's bouncing straight on the ground. Umpire has to dance away from it, such as how straight it was, as you indicated.
Colin de Grandhomme's another Southern African. He's from Zimbabwe. Maybe a Colin de Grandhomme century, just for the fun of it.
No, because then South Africa will lose.
No thanks.
But it will bring entertaining cricket. But that's the wicket that they want right now.
Silly Madon still in, Captain Alga. Luto bowling it very straight on that off-stump line. Just a defense out to the leg side, no run.
Amir
Looking at the South African average lengths, Kagiso and Van Mulder have been in that middle of that good length. Janssen's been very shorter than them. But Luto Supamla has been the bowler to bowl the most full balls in this, and he's on the edge of that good length, pushing it to full. So really, really good to see that Luto is learning as he gets another interesting catcher in there. He's got a silly mid off. Yeah, so silly mid on, silly mid off, and Luto bowls it down the leg side and gets flicked off the pads by Colin de Grandhomme to square leg for a run. 177.
It's the bluff. It's the bluff.
It might not be. It might just be a misplan because we've seen those 2 fours, gents. They've been on the V. So what if one of them just doesn't land correctly? You have guys hugging the crease
and he just hits it up in the air.
That's what the plan is there for. So Luto Supamla just needing to sort out his radar so that
he needs to bowl it on the top of off 100%. And push it as full as possible.
100%.
Scrambled seam. Let it stick in the wicket.
Let it play around a little.
We no longer do scrambled seam, Dev. We do wobble seam.
Sorry.
As Supamla comes into Blundell, who comes across his stumps and defends that out to the offside, no run. Really good spell from Luto. So far to start the day. He has clearly had his jungle oats this morning, and some of us are going to have our jungle oats in like 4 hours time, so that's going to be fun. Hopefully there won't be any cricket on, as it's Mpendulo center screen.
No, I'm changing it. I'm sorry, Mpendulo. No, I wanted him for center screen again. No,
yeah, we'll just let it go through again. Simon's just having troubles with the Wi-Fi, and Supamla comes in inside. Oh, that one swung in. That one, there's a tail there on that ball. That was the ball that got Devon Conway out, but it was a ball to the right-handed Blundell swinging into the pads. Luckily for him, he managed to get his bat down in time.
I love
Amir
how
Mal-
Lotus Pamla is playing around with the angles of the crease, playing around with the angles of the line. One moment is outside, probing that off stump, and next thing it's coming for your stumps. But also there's this man in front of you who might catch you out. So it's fantastic bowling, as you've said there, James.
Can your Duan do better? That's my question. Tactical reasons. And the next ball in, he's getting that reverse swing onto that off stump. Blundell defending that out to the leg side, no run. It's a really great over from Luto, 177 for 5. 9 minutes to go to lunch as Blundell's on 42, De Grandhomme on 9. New Zealand a very long way away. The target is 426. They're 177 for 5.
Amir Malik saying he is from Rawalpindi and his favorite is Shoaib Akhtar. Sachin Bangaroo said, we get the large man in inverted commas and we break this attack. Colin the great driver. And I can't disagree with that. He's got good hands. He doesn't have great footwork, but he has great hands. Almost
Colin
Brian
the great
McMillan
driver.
type.
I like that.
Colin the driver.
Colin the great driver, CDG.
And that's where accidents happen, gentlemen. Being on the road. So he must drive. Please drive.
Yes, he needs to. Keshav Maharaj to resume. This is Keshav's revenge tour, ladies and gentlemen. He's taken 5 wickets so far, or 3 wickets so far in this match. He'll be hoping to take a lot more to make sure that Mark and Thingy never let him go or drop him from the side. Full ball in from him, first up, defended by CDG. Back to him. Right?
According to Werner, it's Colin the Grand Form. Werner is far too sharp for the middle of the night.
Is Keshav dragging his length a little bit back here. De Grandhomme coming forward. He doesn't come forward with a full stride. He just comes forward easy, just defending it back. I'm sure he plays with, I think it's very soft hands-ish from Colin De Grandhomme with a slip and a leg slip. Another one going down the leg side. Colin just defending that down the pitch, no run.
I'm looking
to get our
see what the
scoreboard
end.
back in.
Yes. More center screen.
Yes. And Keshav into CDG. This one, CDG played literally outside the leg stump. You can see all 3 of his stumps as he played that one down the leg side. Sado Avia making as though, showing his captain that he tried to make an attempt at stopping that ball.
Colin de Grandhomme is trying as much as he can not to play that ball to that side of the man under the helmet. He's doing everything that he can.
Another ball that's very full from Keshav. 88 kilometers per hour, and De Grandhomme just tries to flick that through mid-wicket, but there's a fielder there, no run. There's probably going to be one he's going to pitch on off-stump, similar to what he did to Daryl Mitchell. He bowled a lot of them on down the leg side, and that's the one. He gets a little bit of an LBW appeal as Colin looked to sweep that ball. Umpire is unmoved. Aiden says there was an inside edge, so because pretty privileged Markram is standing at first slip, they will not go up for DRS as
the Vindicant says no, so it must be no.
Yeah, well, look, pretty privileged Markram. Really, really awesome. We've got some comments here. Junaid Rana says he's from Lahore. He says your best player, David Visa, is a proud of a calendar. Didn't the Lahore team win the PSL? I saw David Visa with the trophy.
Isn't also David Visa now playing for Namibia? I hate to be that stickler of a guy.
Look, we supply the world with cricketers. We just need to supply. We need to find
South Africa with cricketers.
No, we supply the world with cricketers. We just need to supply Pakistan, India, and Sri Lanka and Bangladesh with some of our cricketers as well.
No, the numbers don't help us there. They've just got population for days. The subcontinent talent pool is too big.
So here's Luto's field. One slip. He's got a backward point, extra cover conventional. He's also got wideish mid on, slightly a little bit deeper. Then you've got silly mid off, silly mid on, wideish mid on, as well as mid wicket catching on the square. And you've also got square leg as Luto comes in. Back of a length ball into Blundell. He's not going to drive that. He's going to play that off the back foot out to the leg side for no run. 4 minutes until lunch, gents. Will we get another Keshav special over?
I'd love one.
Yeah, but South Africa have only taken 1 wicket in this session. Last game, we lost all 6 wickets in one session, and we all then went to bed. Now there's a group of people who have to wake up to do commentary. That's not going to be me.
Yeah,
As Luto comes in to Blundell. Luto, he bowls a back of a length. Blundell outside the off stump defends it on the back foot, back to the bowler, no run. It doesn't make sense to me. I just don't get this line.
I'm trying to understand the length.
Well, this
The
length, actually, the line's
seems like
perfect. The length is just weird.
It doesn't seem
Get
like
him
it's trying
driving.
to get any wicket taking opportunities because it's not going to the men who are stationed in front of him. It's not really activating the slip. But maybe he has a greater plan. He is the bowler here. Maybe he's just trying to make him stuck on the back foot and then pop one in the front foot. It will be nice to see if he can do that.
That one was slightly fuller, but the line was slightly leg side-ish and easy runs for Blundell to go through. 178 for 5. They need 248 to win. New Zealand would be New Zealand would be comfortable with this session. They would have wanted to survive the session with not too many wickets falling. And that would mean they have 4.5 more hours to survive.
Indeed, they'll be happy, but what they'll be most worried about is this movement that Supamla is starting to generate, because it's worrying him as well, Supamla. So once he gets it correctly, those wickets might come at a
Luto coming in, getting that swing into the left to right-handed Colin de Grandhomme with that reverse swing, and Colin just defends that without any fuss on the back foot, no run.
He gets it correctly now, Luto Supamla. Starting from wide from the stumps, and now it angles back into that off stump. So now it's starting.
But it's that length. It's that length. If you want reverse swing, you need a ball as full as possible. Give the ball every chance to move in the air. That's what you're looking for.
For as long as possible, absolutely.
Exactly. As Luto comes in, short ball outside the off stump, defended on that front foot by Colin de Grandhomme. No drama there. He just defended it underneath his eyes. Because if not, take Supamla out, start with Kagiso next. But Dean will be worried.
Too late. I say there's lunch is around the corner.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying after lunch, you're going to have to start with Kagiso again with that older ball. But you're 9, you'll be 10 overs away from the new ball. So you might as well continue with this Luto and Luto finally gives this one a lot fuller. CDG does come forward. He missed times this one. First one he's missed timed. Inside half of the bat down on the ground. Back to the bowler, no run. End of the 69th over, 178 for 5. We just have enough time for one more over. Will we get some fireworks? Let's have a look. Keshav's going to get the ball for that one. But yeah, I continue with Luto after lunch. The ball is reverse swinging until we get the new ball and see what it is. I'd also would probably over 68, 67, maybe 66. Give Kagiso the old ball, see if he can't do anything with it, and get his rhythm up for when he gets the new ball.
I'm sure with the ball moving like this, Kagiso Rabat and the way he does bowl his style, it's more likely to move. The question will be now, will getting the new ball be actually worth it? Will you not rather continue?
Keshav into Blundell, this one going down the leg side. It straightened a little bit on middle, a lot fuller, but getting the inside half of Blundell's bat, inside edge, going past that field that slipped for a single. Little bit of an ooh and ah from the South African.
The plan is not stopping for Keshav Maharaj to trap Tom Blundell with that leg slip. He's persistent on it. So which one?
You know what I would also do? I'd actually use Keshav with the new ball. When the new ball comes, I really would love to see that. Oh, that's a lot fuller. Nearly going through the gate and trapping de Grandhomme LBW. He played that very late on the back foot, but his bat came down in time. Still a little bit leg side-ish for my liking from Keshav. But Sarel Advia needs to be ready for that catch.
He's certainly giving him an earful there.
Yes, and he gets one through his legs as Shibobo, as Keshav bowls it down on that leg stump line for no run.
One of my favorite moments in our group chat was when somebody asked, "How do we know Benny's in the 18 era?" Talking about a Shubobo there, and Paul provided his work, showed his work. Best moment ever.
Oh, this ball starting on that off stump line, going on with the arm, going on to middle to ground. I'm playing it off the back foot a lot quicker this time from Keshav. Really going through his bag of tricks. Keshav has a silly mid on now. That's Temba Bavuma. And this next ball's played through the legs of Sarel Advia. Sarel can't catch a thing. It's going through his legs in the air, but he still can't catch a thing.
He's like, no, it was a fingertip save there.
And it was. It touched his finger. Oh, my word. Sarel.
Goalkeeper.
SJ. Come on, SJ. Next ball in, goes straight past that field at silly mid on, down the ground to the field at long on. That's Kagiso. Single taken. End of the 70th over. 180 for 5. Ladies and gentlemen, it is lunch. And so for the lunchtime listening to everybody, we'll be playing the series preview with Adam Kerbel to remind you of where we were, what questions New Zealand had, what questions South Africa had, and then to let you know and to leave you as the listener as to whether New Zealand have answered those questions, like Tom Blundell, I think they have, or South Africa have answered some of their questions. And so we'll be back in 40 minutes with, I think, Dave, you're back with Anise. So, yes, outside of that, goodbye. Good for me, goodbye until the next test series as I play the Full Quota podcast. Thanks, gents.
Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Full Quota podcast. My name is Mpho Mutlani. I've got Tim Delace here with me, next to me. We've got an interesting conversation to happen today. Remember, the Proteas are in New Zealand right now. They're going through their quarantines. I think they're out of their quarantine right now. And so they're getting ready for the first test that starts next week Thursday at about 11:30 South African time. So be ready for late nights and night shifts from our One World Sports Radio team. Well done to them for covering the India series and the West Indies Women's series. And so, Tim, we've got a guest today to discuss Test cricket, to discuss the Proteas in New Zealand. Who do we have today, Tim?
We have a cricket analyst from New Zealand. It was a good chance for him to come on the show. He knows his cricket well. He knows his New Zealand cricket well. He's in New Zealand at the moment, so it seemed like a good opportunity. We always get somebody on who South Africa are playing, so it seemed like a good opportunity to get Adam Bell on.
Okay, so let's bring Adam Bell on to discuss all things. Hi, Adam. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for having me, guys.
That's good. That's awesome. So, Adam, I think for me, obviously, we're looking forward to that to the Test series between the Proteas as well as the Black Caps of New Zealand. In New Zealand, it's been a long time, 2018. I was thinking about that Test series. I'm thinking that South Africa took Stephen Cook, opened with Stephen Cook, and he got dropped in that series. But the one thing that was interesting for me was Ross Taylor played in that series. But this time, Ross Taylor won't be there. And this is the first series without Ross Taylor. So how's the New Zealand team, or how's New Zealand feeling about life after Ross Taylor?
Quite interesting, because Ross Taylor's been having, before he retired, had a bit of a lean patch in the last couple of years of his career. And we all expected that Kane Williamson would come back from his elbow injury, which means that, he would come into Ross Taylor's spot. And then Will Young would stay an opener, and then Devon Conway would just slip into Ross Taylor's position in the middle order. And now Kane Williamson hasn't come back, so now we've got essentially got to replace two players now. So look, I think when I look at the New Zealand batting order at the moment, it looks a little thin. I was reading a stat the other day. This is the first time, I think, since 2008, that New Zealand don't have either Kane Williamson or Ross Taylor in the test team. That's crazy. 13 years with either one of those two or both of them in the test side. So when I look at Ross Taylor, absence from this New Zealand side, I think it's a huge loss. I know he hasn't been in great. Well, he wasn't in great form for the last few years up until his retirement. But I think just having him around the dressing room and his presence on the side will be sorely missed.
Yes, that's a really intriguing one. Tim, you've probably got a whole list of questions, so let me allow you to come through, and then we'll pepper Adam like Trent Bolt and Tim Saudi.
Yeah. Okay. Just on the actual squad. So, what are your thoughts on the actual squad that was announced? And with those guys missing out, just give us a bit of a flavour of the two new guys that are there, Fletcher and Tickner. What are their roles? What are they likely to be doing? Will they both play, or will one of them play? Yeah. What is expected?
I think both guys will be in the squad. I don't think they'll be guys that will make the 11. Cam Fletcher's an interesting one. He's been around New Zealand domestic cricket for quite a while now. He averages 37 with the bats, got 6 first-class centuries. He's, I think, 27 years of age now. He's a wicket-keeper batsman. And I think with BJ Watling retiring after the World Test Championship and Tom Blundell not really seizing his chance, Cam Fletcher's been a guy that's been really knocking on the door in domestic cricket over the last few years. More so in the white ball formats. He's been fantastic in the T20 competition over in New Zealand, and he's really made a name for himself in that competition, played some incredible knocks. So he has been someone that's been obviously knocking on the door, and I think with New Zealand going through a bit of a transition period, in particular spots, the opening position, obviously Ross Taylor now retiring, and with Blundell not quite, filling in to BJ Watling's spot, I think there's always going to be a few opportunities for new players to push their claims. And I think Cam Fletcher is one that is seen now, obviously, as being the second best wicketkeeper in the country. Blair Tickner is also on the squad. He's been around the New Zealand setup for a little while now. He's made more of a mark in, again, white ball cricket, which again is interesting. He's played a few T20s for New Zealand. Hasn't really taken his opportunities in the shorter formats. He is around 30 years of age, a guy that's been on the domestic circuit for a long time, averages 35 with the ball, which on the face of it aren't impressive figures compared to a lot of other guys in the country. However, he's a guy that's improved a lot over the last few years. When he came on the scene in New Zealand domestic cricket, he was bowling, early 130s, but now he's able to bowl, upper 130s and into the early 140s. So he's a guy that's he's a tall guy, gets a lot of bounce, and he's really worked on upping his pace. So he's become a lot better proposition over the last few years.
So we see the return in your squad of Colin de Grandhomme as well as Hamish Rutherford, who hasn't played in like 7 years. It was a blast from the past when we saw his name come through. Obviously, de Grandhomme played in that World Test Championship final, but I didn't see him after that. And obviously, Hamish Rutherford coming in. Are they guys who are going to be fighting for spots, or are they? It's just a reward for a great season? Because I'm hearing Hamish Rutherford is just scoring 300 plus runs in 4 matches that side.
Firstly, I'll mention Colin de Grandhomme because he's a real interesting one. Because before the World Test Championship, there was a period where he was out of cricket for a while due to injury, and his form completely dropped off. And even in the World Test Championship, from memory, he was one of the worst bowlers. He leaked a lot of runs, and he really didn't do his job with bat or ball. And he's got back into the squad, and I feel as if it's based on the fact that the 2 Test matches are at Hagley Oval and Christchurch, and traditionally the pitches there have been a little on the green side. I remember his Test debut against Pakistan, where he got a 5-wicket bag, and also Test against India, where he was also against Pakistan, where he was also troubling the batsman because he's so good at getting the ball to move off the pitch on green pitches. He's an interesting one because he hasn't really again been setting the world on fire in our first class scene over the last few months. He's done well in our T20 competition as well. And I guess that's another factor with New Zealand selection for a lot of the fringe players is New Zealand cricketers at the moment have been playing a diet of short form cricket. Our Plunket Shield, which is our 4-day competition, only resumed a week or so ago. So a lot of these guys haven't really played a lot of 4-day cricket leading into this test series. So I think with Colin de Gromholm, I think it was based a little bit on the fact that he is someone that can fit in there, obviously in the all-rounder role. He knows Hagley Oval well. He's performed there in the past. And I think they see him as being someone that can slip into that all-rounder role. And I think what this suggests also is Daryl Mitchell has held the spot for a few test matches, in particular against Pakistan last season at home. And I think this is a big indication that Daryl Mitchell could actually play as a specialist batsman in the middle order, replacing Ross Taylor, and then Colin de Gromholm actually playing as the seeming all-rounder.
Okay. Interesting. Which gets me onto the actual pitch. What are you expecting from the pitch? South Africa have got 2 spinners in their squad.
Tim wants the other spinner to play too. So I
do. You have got, I would argue, you've got half of a one. I wouldn't necessarily call Ravindra a spinner. I would more call him a batsman who can bowl a bit. So does that mean they don't expect it to be conducive to spin?
Historically, early on in particular, Hagley Oval has been a feast for medium pace to fast bowlers. It's always been green pitches. So, it's interesting that South Africa bring over 2 spinners. I'm not sure what information they've got from the spies in New Zealand. Obviously, it's a 2-test series. It's COVID. You've got to have a certain number in case anything happens. So, I think Harmer's an interesting one, bringing him back. Obviously, he's been killing it for the Essex over the last 3 or 4 seasons. So it's actually really good to see him back. But it is interesting that 2 spinners have been selected, when New Zealand, we've only selected, as you point out, a spinning all-rounder, not a specialist spinner.
Well, Adam, we actually have 3 spinners in the side. The one of them is Aidan Markham, and currently he is in the side as a spinner. We just haven't used him in Test cricket yet. Devon Conway is someone who I've gotten to know for a couple of years in my life, and I'm really happy that he's playing international cricket. I think he's one of the most exciting batters I've ever seen play bat live, and that was when he was still a child. How have New Zealand taken to Devon? How has his rise up into that New Zealand side been? And how important is he to you? Because I know he scores the runs, but what's the feeling inside about it?
I would argue with Kane Williamson now not in the New Zealand side. He's New Zealand's best batsman.
Wow.
And I understand Tom Latham is an incredible batsman, but you think about the numbers that Devon Conway has already brought up for New Zealand in only such a short career. It's absolutely incredible. I followed Devon Conway a lot before he made the New Zealand side, and I was really excited about him playing for New Zealand. He's averaging, I think it was 50 in all formats in New Zealand cricket at one point. But the way he's taken to Test cricket has been rather phenomenal. To get a double century on your Test debut is pretty much out of this world, and he just hasn't looked back. And I think the one thing I like about Devon Conway is his ability to really assess situations. He seems like a guy that's really composed, that knows his game. Obviously, being 30 years of age now, he's got a world experience. So he's not like a young person who he's just making his mark in Test cricket. He's someone that's actually got a lot of experience. He knows his game really well. And I think it just shows you how much he's worked on his game, since he started domestic cricket in South Africa, through coming up through the ranks in New Zealand. He's someone that's really had to work hard to get to where he's got to. And I think it shows you that all that work that he's put on has really bear the fruits now. He's started playing international cricket, because he just doesn't seem to be someone that is overawed in any situation. Even he struggled a little bit in the T20 World Cup. However, even there were signs that he was able to kind of get himself out of some of those situations. I think in particular in the semi-final against England, where he played a really supporting innings to Daryl Mitchell. So he's just a guy that for me is just not only technically good, but just knows how to read the situation in the game. And I kind of thought about him as being someone akin to someone like Michael Hussey. And I see that kind of in the shorter form of the game as well, because he's someone that can really explode when he needs to.
Yes.
Like Michael Hussey, who was able to not only play that grafted innings when he needed to and dig in, but in shorter forms, Michael Hussey could explode out of nowhere. And he could always read a situation. And I kind of feel that Devon Conway has a lot of those attributes. And the fact that Michael Hussey also batted in the middle order, also opened the batting, similar to Devon
also
Conway.
Made his debut at 29.
Yeah, debut late as well, and I think it kind of shows you with those guys, maybe there is a case for letting guys just get experience in domestic cricket, not chucking guys in at 21 years of age and expecting them to be great right away. Because when we think about great players, there's only a handful of guys that really explode onto the scene and end up being great straight away, and they're normally prodigious talents. So I think sometimes we expect a lot from younger players, where, as I mentioned, Devon Conway, Hussey, and other guys. So we're going off topic a little bit here.
No, Rassi van der Dissen's also in that ilk as well. Debuted late at 29, man for all situations for South Africa, even though Tim wants him to bat a little bit faster in Test cricket. But and I'm a fan of that, and I really enjoyed Devon's journey through. I obviously wanted him to play a little bit earlier in international cricket, but that never came out. And I'm happy that he's one of the top batters that New Zealand sees him as, like, without Kane Williamson, he's the guy. It's quite interesting because it's that whole Devon scoring runs against South Africa that I have to deal with. But I'll be okay with that. Even if he scores a century, that's okay. I'll give him one, but not 2 or 3 somehow in this Test series.
No, I was going to say the story.
Well.
Yeah,
Wagner's gone. Like, we've let him go. It's okay. It's been years. He's played against us, so that's fine. It's just having, because coming out of high school, I thought Devon was gonna make it big. I thought he was one of the next big players who was going to be fast tracked through the system because of the way he played. And he somehow lost that rhythm, and he lost sight of what made him so good as a child. And that happens because that's what cricket is. You fail, you score runs, you question yourself whether you're good. And he went through a lot of that. And I'm just happy that he found a place in the world where it allowed him to, where nobody knew who he was, allowed him to play cricket. And you can now start to see the devastating Devon that I grew up watching now. And so that for me is great. It's just obviously now it's one of those situations where we've lost him, but I know why we've lost him, and I'm happy for that. Instead of necessarily Tim's friends there, Simon Harmer's walking away mid-season to be like, I'm going somewhere else, and choosing to play for England, and then wanting to come back because of some political drama that happened that side. But anyway, Tim, you had a question.
See, Adam, this is why we did the podcast, to have arguments. Paul and I often have arguments. It's good. No, it's good. It's good. On that, so you said now that the pressure is on Conway to score runs because of Kane and Ross being out of the squad. Who does the pressure fall on in terms of the bowlers, with Bolt not being there? From what you say, it sounds like it's going to lead on to Salvi more than the Wagner. But would that be correct?
Yes, I think those two guys now spearhead the attack. Obviously, Kyle Jamieson is there waiting in the wings as well. I mean, what a start he's had to his Test career. And obviously, his averages are kind of starting to normalise somewhat, especially after that series in India. He's starting to look human again. But I think those three guys should be able to shoulder a lot of the overs for New Zealand. And I think that's where someone like Colin de Gromholm, if the pitch is a little bit green, could really come into his own. But I mean, Tim Salvi in Test cricket for the last few years has been absolutely outstanding. In fact, you'd probably say he's been New Zealand's overall best Test bowler. And I still, for some reason, rate Trent Boult higher than him. I feel like Trent Bolder's that kind of guy that can really open up a game. Not saying Tim Southee's not a fantastic bowler, but for some reason I just always feel that Trent Bolt's that kind of bowler that can get the vital wicket when New Zealand needs to. And I think Neil Wagner, I guess, is a little bit in the same bolt. But I think when you think about results over the last few years in terms of consistency, I think Tim Southee has been absolutely outstanding, and he'll be wanting to get higher up on the New Zealand wicket tally as well. Like I'm not sure how many more wickets he's behind Richard Hadley, but I mean he's I think 33 now. Who knows? Maybe he could break Sir Richard Hadley's record at one point.
Yeah, so that's an interesting one because if you're Tom Latham, what part of the game gives you sleepless nights? What part of this team? Where's the weak spots in this team that Tom Latham would be worried about?
Well, interesting that you say that, because when I think about Tom Latham as a captain, he's been involved in 3 big losses. One was in Australia. And I guess in fairness to him, New Zealand were decimated by injuries. But in his first Test captaincy, New Zealand was stumped by Australia. Against India recently, New Zealand was stumped with him as captain. In that famous Test match where Ajaz Patel got a 10-wicket bag, but New Zealand in that match got absolutely outplayed in that Test match. And then more recently, which will give South African fans a lot of hope, that New Zealand got beaten by Bangladesh, which was absolutely incredible. So this New Zealand side does have some holes in it at the moment. With Kane Williamson not there, with BJ Watling, who was always the rock at number 7. If New Zealand got off to a bad start, we always knew we had BJ Watling at number 7 who would grind it out, who could work with the tail, who could get New Zealand out of trouble. But without him there, without Kane Williamson there, I feel as if New Zealand lacks a lot of solidity at the moment in the batting lineup. Obviously, Ross Taylor, though he hasn't been in the run or wasn't in the runs leading up to retiring, is still a massive loss due to his experience. So I think at the moment, New Zealand still, there is a little bit of an underbelly, I think, with the New Zealand batting lineup. Henry Nicholls hasn't really been in great form over recent Test matches as well. Will Young, though he's had an impressive start to his Test career, he's still inexperienced. Daryl Mitchell, I think I mentioned that he'll come into the batting lineup, and he has played some good knocks over the last few seasons, but he's not Kane Williamson. And you take any great player out of a batting lineup, and it does leave a massive, massive hole. And I think not only is Kane Williamson an incredible batsman, an amazing captain, as we've seen, I think he just gives the rest of the team a lot of confidence. And we've seen that with the matches where Tom Latham as captain New Zealand have been soundly beaten. Not only have we missed Kane Williamson's batting, but I think also his influence on the team.
Wow. That's reminding me of India. India somehow ended up like that. And it felt like in that India series, Rohit Sharma was the guy they missed. And South Africa, it kind of leveled the playing field a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. What is good, what is in your favour there, is Tom Latham's record at Hagley Oval. He's played all nine of the Test matches that have been played there. New Zealand have lost one of them, one of those 9, and he averages 57. His batting in the last couple of years has really improved, particularly the last couple of years. Is there any reason why that's happened? Is he just got more mature, or what?
I think he's just got more experience. I mean, he's always been a fine player and a really talented batsman across all formats. But I think he's really just knows his game now. He's a patient batsman. I think he's been part of a winning combination. I think when you're part of a winning combination, it really helps as well. He probably doesn't have the same kind of pressure as other players do who are in weaker sides. And we talk about the New Zealand bowling up being so successful over the last few seasons. I guess that flows on into batting as well. If you're getting teams out cheaply and then you're going out to bat, you probably don't have the same pressure on you as if you're bowling lineup that's given away 500 runs and you've got to come in, you've got to save the match with fielders around the bat and so much pressure on you. So I think he's just been part of a really great New Zealand unit, but I think he's just really taken his game to another level. And the series in Bangladesh where he captained the T20 side, his keeping in that was exceptional. He's not a a full-time wicket-keeper for the Black Caps, but it kind of just shows you his all-round cricketing ability, that he's a guy that can, field in the slips, one of the best slip fieldsmen in New Zealand, a terrific wicket-keeper, and with a bat can bat in all positions. So, I mean, he's one of the best test batsmen test opening batsman, not one of the best batsmen, one of the best opening batsmen in the world, along with Alga, along with Karunaratne. Of those three guys in particular, for me, stand out as three of the best at the moment.
And what's the expectation from New Zealand with this series with South Africa? Is it a 2-0? Is it a 1-1? What do you want from the people around there? What do you want from this New Zealand side coming into the series?
It's a really interesting series for a lot of reasons. I mentioned to Tim off air before we started that New Zealand's never beaten South Africa in a test series. And we think about where New Zealand cricket has been recently, these World Test Championships. When you think about the New Zealand side, probably the best New Zealand side that's ever been produced. Then we look at on the other end, we look at the South African side at the moment, which I don't want to be disrespectful to the South African side at the moment, but it's not the strongest side that South Africa have ever produced. So when you put all those factors together, it really creates an interesting series, because you think that this would be the best opportunity for New Zealand to beat South Africa in a test series. I know that Kane's not there and BJ Watland's recently retired, but all things considered at home, this would be one of New Zealand's best opportunities to beat South Africa. No QDK, recently retired, one of the best wicket-keeper batsmen in Test cricket, just retired. Obviously, Keegan Peterson is not in the squad due to COVID. South Africa going through a rebuilding stage as well. So when you think about it, this would be New Zealand's best opportunity. However, the one thing for me that I really love about the series is there are a lot of unknowns that are about to be answered. I've been following South Africa over the last few months, in particular Marco Jansen, and just seeing his impact has been incredible. Another giant, isn't he? Another Kyle Jamieson giant out there. You guys got your own 19 wickets against India, and he's a bit of an unknown quantity. And Tom Latham struggled against left-arm fast bowlers as well. So that matchup will be interesting. Rabada is still one of the best test bowlers in the world. Nokia as well, fast and furious. We know the kind of talent he possesses. I saw Sturman against India Ray, bowl kind of philanderous. He's a good bowler as well. Obviously, Dwayne Levier's come back into the fold as well. We've got Harmer. So there's enough quality in that South African bowling lineup to really trouble the New Zealand batting lineup. And obviously, Kevin Peterson was the batsman of the series for South Africa against India, and he's going to be a huge loss. But I think Dean Alga is going to really shoulder a lot of responsibility in the series. And I think it's probably, from a South African perspective, it's probably time for Aiden Markram to really score some runs as well, because he started off incredibly in Test cricket. We remember that series against Australia, and he's kind of fallen away. But it's funny because on the flip side of it, his T20 batting has kind of risen up. He was fantastic in the T20 World Cup. So, there's still enough quality in your side that can trouble New Zealand. So, in terms of expectations, it's a hard one, because I feel as if South Africa are a really unknown quantity. And you guys beat India at home as well. And that Indian side went to Australia and beat Australia. So I really answered.
I have so many comments about that India victory, because I honestly think India were very complacent when they came here. And it gives me a feeling of that Bangladesh loss, where it felt to me that New Zealand got into a complacent period or a complacent area, and they thought they always beat Bangladesh, so they thought they'd come through. Whereas with India, you kind of felt like they came to South Africa with a better batting lineup, a better bowling lineup, and somehow they just thought they'd just arrive and things would just open up for them. So that's why I kind of feel like South Africa, yes, the unknown quantity, but you can pretty much, this team hasn't scored 250 over 250 in a test innings and it's twice in the last 3 years or four. I'll give them 3 in the last 3 years because that innings at the Wanderers could have been over 300, but they don't do that. And so that's my biggest issue. South Africa's first innings has always been a problem. So I think New Zealand actually should come out and do the only thing I have is the pitches at Hagley Oval bring Kagiso in, bring Marco Jansen into the game. They bring Duan Olifere into the game. They also bring Lungingidi into the game. And so that's going to be because that's essentially what South Africa wanted to do to beat India, was let's let our fast bowlers dictate where this test series is going to go. And they did quite well. Whereas now we're coming to New Zealand, and yes, New Zealand has a better batting lineup than South Africa, and they should bat South Africa out the game. But if this bowling attack can just get a spell, a moment, or get those 2 early wickets, get Conway out, get Latham out, get into that those softish underbellies, not too soft, of New Zealand, and South Africa finds themselves into, and that's what happened with that India series. The moment Rahul went out, the moment Virat Kohli went out, it kind of started to unravel. But from a World Test Championship perspective, New Zealand have to win this to try and get themselves back up there.
They do. Obviously losing in that test match in India and at home against Bangladesh, an opponent that you'd expect that you would get maximum points. It's put New Zealand now on the back foot. And I think this is a massive, massive series, as you point out. South Africa beaten a very, very good Indian side at home now. And they wouldn't have expected probably or maybe the players probably, but most fans wouldn't have expected the series to go the way it did, especially after the first test match where India won. So, this is massive. This is crucial. And interesting that you talk about, the South African bowling lineup. And I didn't forget Ngidi. That's how many quality bowlers that you've got in your squad at the moment. If it ends up being a shootout between bowlers, and if the pitches are green, it could really even up the game. Because I think when I look at the advantages of the New Zealand side compared to the South African side at the moment, New Zealand probably puts them in the batting. I'd say, based on experience, home conditions. However, if the pitches are green, it'll bring the South African bowlers into the game. And we've seen Marco Jansen and having an impact straight away. And we've pointed out the great bowlers that you guys have, and that you can utilize pitches that have seam movement. A lot of the teams from Asia, for example, when they come over here, they struggle a little bit even in green conditions. But I think South Africa in particular are expert at using the conditions well, in particular in New Zealand. I think that's why they've had so much success in New Zealand in the past, because though South African pitches tend to be quicker as a whole, I think they're more used to bowling at fuller length on pitches that are green seamers. And I think if the pitches are green, I think it really evens up the contest, and I think we can expect to see 2 really, really good test matches.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, which gets us down to the nitty-gritty. Prediction. What is your prediction for the series?
Before that, Tim, can I just ask, win the toss, green top at Hagley Oval, what do you do? Because our fans are going to ask us that.
I think you bowl first.
Okay, so you don't bat first.
I think you stay away from batting. I think you don't even contemplate it.
Okay.
Interesting.
You heard that? Yes. First. Bowl first.
All right. Score prediction and maybe a sort of a surprise package. A player that you think people have not thought of that could have a real impact on the series.
Okay, I'm going to go 1-1. I think it'll be a really hard-fought series. I think the fact that New Zealand's never beaten South Africa in a Test series also adds a bit of spice to the series as well. There'll be a lot of pressure on us. The player that I'm really looking forward to watching, and I've only watched clips of him, and I've mentioned him a few times already, I think Marco Jansen. I think the Battle of the Giants. That's what I'm looking forward to. And he bowled exceptionally well against India. And the one thing that I really enjoyed from the clips I saw from him in the series against India is he was aggressive. And a lot of young guys, especially when they start at bowlers, it can be quite timid at times. And he had a bit of an off test match, the first test match against India, especially in the first innings. and when he went for a few runs. But after that, he came back so strong, and what a series from him. So I'm looking forward to seeing how the New Zealand batsmen go against a guy who's as tall as Jameson, that gets the same kind of bounce, and that bowls fast and that's aggressive. Because he'll put a lot of pressure on the New Zealand batting lineup, I feel. Obviously Rabada is the obvious one as well. So those two guys in particular are the players I'm looking forward to watching from South Africa.
Who breaks the series open? Who's the player that New Zealand need to perform to win it 2-0?
Interesting, because I always feel like you need a bowler, to be the one that really breaks open games. I feel Cole Jameson needs to have a big series for New Zealand to win. And as I mentioned, his averages have kind of normalised a little bit over the last few Test matches. I mean, he's still averaging well under 20, but I think at one point he's averaging 12 or 13. So I think he is one guy that could really break the series open. And we know the start that he's had to his Test career. So I think he's going to be the one for me. That would be the key for New Zealand in the series.
Do you have any questions for us regarding South Africa? Anything you want to find out from our end?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been following South Africa a lot over.
Welcome back to the final day of the second test between South Africa and New Zealand, live from the Hagley Oval in Christchurch in Canterbury. My name is David Midgley. Alongside me for this session will be Anis Mohammed. And before we get underway with some things, don't forget you can always go to our YouTube channel and subscribe to that. Ding the bell, you know exactly when we're going live. There's a Women's World Cup that is not far from our scope, our horizon, as well as South African men taking on Bangladesh at home. As well, we've got a Facebook page. Go give that a thumbs up, and we would love to see your thoughts on Twitter at Guerilla SA, GERILLASA. And welcome, Anis.
Good morning and good afternoon, good evening to everyone listening, wherever you are. Interesting first session. I would have to give it to I'd have to give it to New Zealand. That was but the breakthrough of Luther Sapamla really helped.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be interesting from here on. It's game on. Personally, I think with the Grandom Day, they need to go at 3.9 and over for the next two sessions. And we saw what Grandom did in the first inning. So I think it could be game on as long as he's there.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting post-lunch slot. I think you and I need to make sure that we pick up wickets. And if we're surrounded by New Zealand fans, we would love to not lose a wicket if it would be the case. But a couple of comments that came through. Dex on YouTube is saying Kesh is looking threatening. The new ball isn't far away, and he tags Werner. And then Sachin Banguru is obviously joking with Werner as well about the Pakistan being the reason for both Rassie van der Dussen and Aiden Markram's caps looking as faded as they do.
Yeah, they were sweating there.
And Werner himself on Twitter a while ago was saying Luther Sapamla fully deserved the big wicket of Devon Conway. He's bowled very well in the second innings, applying pressure all the time. Well done, Luther. And I must agree. I think Anis, we've seen Luther Sapamla come into the squad, and he had to put on a performance, and he's bowled well with the older ball here.
He definitely has, and he hasn't done too badly. He just getting this wicket really would have G'd him up. It would have been great for his confidence. He was bowling well. He was keeping it tight. It's just he wasn't getting the penetration he would have liked. So maybe the wicket will give him some confidence. I love the description from the New Zealand broadcaster saying that his action is a mix of Alan Donald and Dale Steyn combined. So they said, okay, let's put him Alan Steyn or something like that, or Dale Donald.
So let's give you some context of where this game is. South Africa won the toss in the second test to bat first. They scored 364 off of the back of Cyril Ervia's 108, his maiden test century, supported by Markram with 42. Neil Wagner was the destroying chief. He got 4. And then New Zealand, Anis with the 100 of Colin de Grandhomme, really, putting this contest firmly square in the middle in terms of performances, because so easily could they have collapsed on the back of a wonderful South African batting performance.
Definitely, de Grandhomme really kept New Zealand in the game, and set up such a thrilling last day for us, along with the second innings heroics, we can call it that, or fight back from Juan Calvarena, and let's not forget the run scored by
Kagiso Rabada.
Rabada,
nearly got a 50. He really deserved a 50.
He changed the context of that entire innings and the momentum of that entire innings. It just was a shot of adrenaline into that South African lower order, and that second innings. It really gave it some impetus.
Yeah, so Blundell is on 44 not out. He's supported by the man himself, the Centurion in the first innings, Colin de Grandhomme. He's on 10 from 22. But Anis, our task here is to pick up a wicket here.
10 overs away from the new ball. So
I don't care who.
We're going to see. Yeah.
But that being said, I've been really impressed with how the New Zealanders have applied themselves. They've not collapsed, and it's really been great to see it, particularly from Conway. First ball after the luncheon interval will be bowled by Marco Jansen. He's got a forward short leg in place. He's going to have a slip, a catching cover, a man at mid-wicket square. And so they've obviously looked at plans in the luncheon interval and seen how we're going to go. Don't forget, as well, as always, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR, at Guerilla SA, GUERILLASA. Had to struggle through that one.
I also, after this one, I really like that New Zealand have shown, haven't just shut up shop, and have actually...
Yeah, there's a bouncer to begin there from Marco Jansen. Just before you carry on with that point, you like that, but what we love is what we do, and we want to keep doing it. So please consider supporting us on Patreon. Your contribution will help us stay on the air, get to the venues, and buy broadcast rights that help to grow and open up the game. Go to patreon.com/1 World SR. So patreon.com/1
Yeah, the New Zealanders have really have been they haven't been just blocking everything. They have been sort of positive and have been giving this chase a go.
This one is into the hip of the Grandhomme, and a dot ball there as Vanderdussen does the work.
What I mean by giving it a go is that they've actually been trying to keep up with and putting themselves in a position where they can reassess at T if they make it that far, to actually make the decision to go for the win and make history.
Yeah, crucially, like you said, they've never, well, at least until recently, they've never really felt like they would just shut up shop and just close things down. On the back foot for de Grandhomme as he defends this one, no run.
Look, it's going to be a world record chase if New Zealand get there. It will also be the first time New Zealand have ever chased something over 350 successfully. So there's history there. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they go after T if they get there, and how they do in this session.
It's a test match that's been filled with history. Winning the toss and batting, much to the surprise of everybody. 2 first-time Centurions. Why not? Marco Jansen in again, and this is tucked behind square on the onside as Mulder does the fielding. and it's hit the stumps, and they're going to come through
Oh,
for a spare run. So that's just salt in the wounds, really.
hopefully that's not a sign of how things are going to go this session.
I certainly hope not. The Grandham moves to 11, and New Zealand are 181 for 5. They need 426 in total to claim a victory. Yes, South Africa need 5 wickets, and we are 2 hours into the final day, 6 minutes into the first session after lunch.
As yeah, oh, pulled well.
This is Janssen. In short and pulled, as Anise said, pulled well, but Sapamla does the fielding. A little bit of a fumble there at fine leg, but no real blushes there for the South African speedster. 183 for 5 at 70.5. And Werner is saying he'd love to see at least someone in a first slip. He would hate for an edge to go through past Verena. And I'll ask your opinion on what South Africa would love to do in order to pick up a wicket here in the post-lunch session, just after this delivery from Janssen. He's at the top of his mark. There's a forward short leg in place, leg gully, kind of a third slip, almost a gully, really, as we see Janssen in again. He's conceded 50 runs from his 12.5. Full toss, and he's been spared embarrassment there as that went on the bounce to Keshav Maharaj. So 71 gone, 183 for 5. And where are South Africa going to be able to pick up a breakthrough here after lunch?
They've actually just got to keep it tight, and they've got to just start trying to apply pressure. If they drive the runs and put New Zealand, apply some pressure on New Zealand. And look, Keshav Maharaj in this innings is set up Nichols, I think it was, for an hour before getting him. So South Africa just have to be patient and not try to chase the game. They've got to control the tempo of the game. I keep saying that the team that controls the tempo will be the most successful. As this one is a top edge, and it is dropped. First ball of the over. Colin de Grado on the sweep shot. And first ball of the over from Keshav Maharaj. It's Colin de Grado pulls out a slog sweep at its top edge, and it is put down by Rassie van der Dussen, coming around from a short fine leg. And yeah, a very, 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 very crucial miss from Rassie van der Dussen.
Simple catch? I don't know. I felt like it was straightforward enough.
Yeah, he was looking to take it over his shoulder. He was backpedaling. Was he backpedaling? No, he wasn't. He was trying to take it over his shoulder, and then got wrong-footed, and it went in his hands and it bobbled out. Oh no, that is a bit of disappointment. As I said, with that direct hit and the overthrows, I hope it's not a sign of what's to come for the rest of the session. As Keshav Maharaj comes in again, this one on middle stump and straightens ever so slightly, and Blundell takes a big stride forward and defends back to Keshav Maharaj, defends to the short leg, who cleans up for no run. Scores 186 for 5.
When you drop catches, you just want the world to swallow you whole.
Yeah, and this one drops a little bit shorter from Keshav Maharaj, as Tom Blundell plays off the back foot to short leg for no run. Oh, I wonder if it's going to be. Normally, it's the luck of the ball just following him, as Keshav Maharaj tosses this one up, and Blundell comes forward and uses his feet and does a little flick to the leg side, but just hits short leg on the shin, and there's no run.
Advia just wagging his finger at Blundell, saying, "You're not going anywhere, mate."
I got you. Don't worry. This one, a bit of purchase in this one, and it ticks up off of a good length. Blundell rocks onto the back foot, trying to play a forehand pull, and it goes straight to that man Advia at short leg again for no run.
Werner saying it's a massive drop, especially with the Grandham, who can still make a game of this for New Zealand.
Definitely. The danger man. Like the first ball he sees of Keshav Bahraj, he decides to go for the slog sweep. It should have been taken. It is a worry, and it's been a worry for a while with the South African team, the catching and the amount of drop catches per test recently.
120 over 120 drop catches in the domestic T20. It's endemic to South African cricket at the moment. 100 catches in a tournament? Surely not.
As Marco Jansen comes in for the first ball of the over, it is a shortish delivery, but poorly directed down the leg side, and the Grandom lets it goes through to Calverena on a run. That is a shocking statistic, and you wouldn't expect it coming from South Africa, who traditionally, I use it in inverted commas, one of the better fielding sides in the world. As Jansen comes in for the second ball of the over. This one short down the leg side and helped along its way by the Grandom, but well covered with fine leg by Luto Sapamla. And they come through for a single, 187 for 5.
I seem to remember Rassie van der Dussen, speaking of drop catches, I seem to remember Rassie van der Dussen dropping a simple one and then taking an absolute ripper at short leg during the India series. So I feel like, he's going to take a screamer now. He's going to catch it between his knees and do a backflip while he's doing a backflip. I mean, why not?
But he can't take sitters, which is the problem. As Jansen comes in, this one is short. It's up in the air. It's taken by Temba Bavuma. Blundell is gone for 44 of 108. New Zealand fall to 187 for 6. We were just saying. Rassie van der Dussen might feel a bit better, but it's not the man he dropped. It is Blundell on the other side, just getting a ball that was short of a length. It didn't bounce as much, and he got the toe end of the bat, and it just loops into the air, where Temba Bavuma takes it at mid-wicket rather comfortably. He's going to walk over to Rassie van der Dussen now, and he's going to say, "This is how you do it." Gone are the days. Gone are the days when Temba Bavuma is taking catches and standing there and waiting for his bowler to high five him because he doesn't see him.
I'm sorry, but hold on. Advia got to think a little bit ahead of himself there, because Temba Bavuma looked seriously unimpressed as Advia picked him up and chucked him around there. My word. He looked like he was headed for a home affairs queue. My goodness.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine the visual? Could you imagine the visual of Marco Jansen running into Temba Bavuma and just scooping him up into his arms?
Beautiful.
Oh, I love it when those two bat together. The visual is amazing. Oh, there's some words from Aiden Markram to the new batsman, Kyle Jamieson. As he welcoming him to the crease, as we see that Rassie van der Dussen's under the helmet at short leg.
No, mate. If you've dropped a catch like that, you shut your mouth at short leg. You let somebody else do the talking. I'm sorry.
No, it was Aiden Markram was standing with him, and Aiden Markram was doing the chirping on his way.
I'm just throwing it out there. Everything not that much Kyle Jamieson at the moment. But
as Marco Jansen comes in, a full toss on a leg stump, and it is just worked the mid-wicket for no run. The score remains 1. Catch up!
It just stuck in the wicket there.
Yeah. So the wicket is showing a day 5 wicket. I wonder how many games have gone to day 5 recently in New Zealand. At this ground,
green wickets, yeah.
They're just showing replays of that celebration, and this one is short by Marco Jansen, and Kyle Jamieson just gets behind it, but he defends it in the air, just wide of Rassie van der Dussen. Well, wide of Rassie van der Dussen,
whose feet are nailed to the floor, apparently.
Listen, he had to be Superman to get that thing and move.
Listen, that was his opportunity to take a screamer. Mark showing us what his moustache looks like.
Like he can grow one, and he's so as Marco Jansen comes in for the last ball of the over. It is short again, and Jamison has no problem just ducking underneath this one. The end of the 73rd over, 187 for 6. The target is a 426. I don't think that is important at the moment. I think now we are going to see what if the Grand Home is going to go for it or try to shepherd the tail home or the lower order home. Not that Jamison is a mug with a bat.
There's the high five there that we're all looking for from Temba to Marco Jansen. But yes, it's all in the hands of Colin de Grandhomme here. He's got Jameson and then Southey, Wagner, and Henry. So the bowlers to hopefully shepherd them to something of a respectable total. But South Africa need those 4 wickets to draw the series and avoid embarrassment.
I wonder if South Africa, it doesn't seem like they're doing it yet, where they're just going to spread the field and see if the Grand Home is going to give the single away early in the over. As Keshav Maharaj comes in, and this one is on middle and off. It's quite full. The Grand Home just prods forward and defends it off of through the offside for no run.
There's the slip Werner was looking for. Slip, leg slip, forward short leg, and a shortish mid-on.
Keshav Maharaj tosses this one up. De Grandhomme comes down the wicket and pushes down to long off for a single. Score moves to 188 for 6 after 73.2. I wish we could have access to the stump, Mike.
We
start talking about the flight home, having a braai.
We took a wicket, by the way. That was job done, by the way. I just need to tick that box there. Thanks.
The unicorn.
Yes, this one, not the other one. The other one was a scam.
Yeah, no, the other one. Yeah, the other one didn't like Aiden Markram too much.
Banished. I mean, not many people do at the moment. To be fair, another helmet coming out. Looks like Glenton Stierman is doing the departure from the dugout to bring it to Aiden Markram, and Arvia is having a word and a half.
Yeah, he's probably saying.
Hey, maybe. Him or
as Maharaj comes in and drops this one on a middle stump, and Jamison rocks onto the back foot and punches it back to him. He's probably telling him, "Yeah, my sister lives in New Zealand. She lives around here. She's in the ground. Maybe we should go out after the game and have a braai or something." And then, this one is on a middle and leg, and is worked around to the leg side by Jamison, but is cleaned up at I think that's backward short leg for backward square leg. Sorry, for no run. As Maharaj comes in, he's rushing through the over, fifth ball of the over, and this one is defended to Aiden Markram at a silly point for no run.
Yeah, it's many men around the bat. There's 4 in total, and
and Alcalvarain is getting into it too. So he's getting a whole lot of chatter there.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Maharaj in, and Jamison gives himself some room and just dead bat this one down at 2 mid on. Lots of they're having a friendly conversation. There's smiles.
Hopefully,
yeah. But it doesn't seem like there would be a problem. It's not exactly as friendly as Rispa Pant and the former Australian captain, which was fantastic, saying, "Oh, we need a wicket. We need a wicket." Yeah, I need a and he went to babysat his kids. Maybe the wife and I could have it there.
Brilliant. The other one that comes to mind was George Bailey under the helmet singing to Jimmy Anderson with the Barmy Army. Oh, Jimmy. Nati Skosana said South Africa winning this one. Dean should bring on KG soon. I think Dean will, Nati, but with the new ball.
As Jansen comes in, this one drops short, and it's straight to the fielder, and it's senior player Vian Mulder, and Colin de Grandhomme slaps this one straight down his throat, and he is gone. It's 188 for 7. Dave, we might finish this game up in this section.
The fellas. Sorry, Werner. I know you may have wanted to commentate. You've been with us since the beginning. Short ball, absolutely hammered. That went like a rocket. But, successful plan as far as Dean's concerned.
That one thing we have to say is that even though he hasn't been making that much of an impact with bat or ball, that Rian Mulder doesn't drop many catches. Rian Mulder has a really safe pair of hands.
Certainly. The Grundholm's gone for 18. New Zealand now 188 for 7. South Africa required 3 wickets to wrap this game up as Tim Southee comes to the wicket.
Marco Jansen picking up his second wicket of the inning. He's on a 2 for 51. This is exciting stuff. We might even be able. Oh, we have 19 minutes.
We'll wrap it up. Don't worry. We'll wrap it up.
Also,
just a note for Marco Jansen. He was 0 for 50.
Yeah,
and has taken 2 wickets in lightning quick time.
No, okay, you mentioned Natis Kosana saying SA winning this one. DK should bring out KG soon. Yeah, new egg. Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be interesting.
Will we be around for that though? 6 overs? Not sure.
I think that should be. Well, but we got 20 minutes. Yeah, definitely will be there.
Depends how far they go. Yeah, Rassie van der Dussen should keep quiet. Under the helmet, cross your arms, and zip your lips.
As Jansen comes in for the third ball of the over. This one drops short, and it's nearly plucked out of the air by that man. Rassie van der Dussen. Short and worked off of his hips. It worked off the hips of Tim Southee, and nearly Rassie van der Dussen was in business, but they're showing a replay, and the Grundholm smoked that straight.
He absolutely middled that. That was like out of a gun. What a shot! He deserved 4.
Definitely. Well, if Jan Mulder didn't get his hands there, it would have taken his head off.
Talk about picking the fielder.
Yeah, he was too accurate. He was too good a touch because the ball went exactly where he wanted it to. Another short one from Marco Jansen to Southee, who gets underneath this one and blocks this one to the leg side again, just towards those 2 close catching fielders at forward, short leg, and short mid wicket for no run. 188 for 7 with 3 balls left in the 75th over. As Marco Jansen is loping in, like I said, a baby giraffe before. And this one is short, and Southee is expecting it and just ducks below it, and it just goes innocuously through to the keeper, Calvert.
Yeah, there's 2 forward short legs in place, and maybe they're teaching one another how to be a forward short leg. Werner Erasmus is saying, "No, give me a chance, guys." No. End of discussion. No, we're gonna wrap it up here. Just give us a couple more.
Give me something. Give me this.
We're gonna we'll wrap this up.
As Marco Jansen comes in, drops it short again. Southee in behind it and defends it to the offside for no run. 188 for 7 after 74.5. 1 ball left in the 75th over. There's lots of. I love the energy now that South Africa is showing. Why this was sorely missed in the first test. And if you think of the body language and just the demeanor of the South Africans in the first test, as Jansen comes in, drops this one short, and Southee wears this one on the chest. Marco Jansen has no fear of a reprisal since it is the last innings of the game. But the score remains 188 for 7 after 75. But you look at the demeanor here, and you look at the first inning, when South Africa was really struggling to get wickets in the first innings of the first test, and they started chirping. But it was like you were saying, did South Africa earn the right to be chirpy? Or was it just we're not getting things our way? We're going to try to unsettle the batsman by talking smack. Yeah, they're happy chirping, I guess. They see more smiles.
Casual conversation, but going to be an interesting one. Natis Kosana said Dean might bring KG back with 2 overs left to the new ball to see if it still reverses. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Although Lutus Apamla was the one who was extracting the most.
Timba Bavuma, this one from Keshav Maharaj is worked to the leg side. Timber Bavuma running in from mid-wicket tries to do a quick throw. However, the ball slips out of his hand, and he slides. The ball he goes to throw. The ball slips out of his hand and goes towards Viet Mulder at leg slip. And they take a single 189 for 7. A bit of a misfield. It looks. I don't know if it's slippery out there. But that was really interesting. Yeah, a dew. They're probably playing a part as Keshav Maharaj comes in again, and this one is on middle and leg stump, and Saudi tries to work it towards the leg side and gets a leading edge, I guess, or off the pad, and it squirts off to the offside. Oh, he lost his footing and the ball and his sunglasses.
And the spare hat that he was.
The spare hat.
Comedic is the word.
Yeah. After taking a very good catch, the ball just said, enough of you. As Maharaj comes in, this one on middle and leg stump. Saudi takes a big stride forward and just defends it to the leg side. And the next ball is basically a carbon copy. This time it does go to the leg side and it's cleared up there at a short by leg.
Floated. I want to see maybe a little bit more flight to the ball. Really toss it up and let him swing for it.
This one is a little flatter outside off stump, and Saudi with no real foot movement just has a little swish at it, and he gets some bat on it, and it just dribbles to back to Keshav Maharaj. As this one is looped in a bit there towards Midland leg, and Jamison just fends this one off into the leg side for no run.
Surely
the score is 189 for 7. Yeah,
surely that's an opportunity. Ervia flat-footed, and it popped. I mean, at least an attempt. I don't know. Maybe if we'll see that again, but I just felt like it was a half chance.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't want to. Maybe he doesn't want to upset Jamison because they're going to a braai afterwards.
Oh yes, to go visit his sister. Sure.
Yeah. Who's and as Albia said after at the interview with his of his 100, as Janssen comes in, and this one is short on Jamison's hips, and he pops this one off into the leg side. Would have been a catchable chance for a square leg, but there isn't one. It just went over the head of a short leg, in between the two forward short leg, and it bounces safe, and they scamper through for a single 190 for 7. Saying Eva was saying that he hadn't seen his sister in 4 years, and that they were having a bit of a hard time here in New Zealand. So maybe just to cheer her up, there is a team braai at her place. As Janssen comes in for the next ball of the over. This one is short and ungainly defended by Saudi into the offside, where it is picked up by Keshav Maharaj at point 4.
I feel like the square leg umpire could have really just put his New Zealand citizenship to one side and taken the catch that square leg. I mean, come on.
Wouldn't that be 5? Wouldn't that be 5 runs though? So.
Why is he? How are we being penalized for his catch?
It's like if the ball hits a helmet, it's 5 penalty run. So if the umpire takes the catch, reflex or not,
no, give him out.
As Mark Jansen coming over the wicket this time and into some Saudi, it's on a middle and off, and it is kept out. It was a good length, just a touch fuller of a good length, and it is kept out. I wonder if Mark Jansen is going to try to drop a short one with the angle that he's getting coming over the wicket as the left arm quick comes in again, and this one is dropped short, and Saudi ducks underneath it and goes straight through to the keeper. Sorrel Evia is wondering if his new best friend is all right. And they're having a good. Rassi van der Dussen is giving him some batting tips. hopefully not on how to play the shorter ball, since he got a good working over from Neil Wagner. As Marco Jansen comes in again, and this one is short again, and it's just the direction is all wrong for that short one from Marco Jansen, with the angle coming over the left arm quick coming over the wicket. The normal angle always takes it towards the leg side, so he needs to start it a bit straighter, a bit wider outside off. I mean,
So they still to get off the mark. He's faced 14 deliveries for his goose egg. There's nothing more frustrating than doing all that hard work and then you get out for a duck. So I think South Africans would love him to pick up a wicket here, but he's doing some defiant batting.
As Marco Jansen comes in again, this time around the wicket, back to around the wicket, and it is short, and it is worked off of Tim Southee's hip again. This one down, played down, and to the leg side, and there is no run. The score remains 190 for 7. The New Zealand lower order batters over the years have been known for batting very long for a goose egg. We think of Gavin Larson, who I think once faced something like 40, 50 balls against South Africa for a duck, just keeping South Africa out defiantly. I think there was a game in New Zealand where this happened. As Keshav Maharaj comes in, and this one is a bit flatter on a middle and leg stump, and Jamison, it just takes a big strike forward and defends back to
I wanna hear a nice Kyle. Just, Verena talking to himself.
Maharaj comes in again. This is a very similar delivery on middle and leg, and Jamison just plonks forward as this one. The third ball of the over, Jamison uses his feet and lofts this one over mid on for 4. It's well played. I know we don't sound too that excited, but South Africa seem to be on top. This could be a defiant knock from Kyle Jamison. We are 7 minutes away from our stint.
We're gonna
told you he's no mug with back.
No, not at all.
Oh, as this one is fuller, but Kyle Jamison plays back to it and plays it straight to Kimber Bavuma at mid wicket for no run. As Carl Verena has a couple of words, and there were oohs and ahs, and Dean Elgar had slipped with an ooh and an ah, nearly went right through him as Keshav Maharaj tosses this one up, and Jamison just gets a big strike forward and smothers the spin and defends back for no run.
Timber looks like the captain. The number of hats that he's wearing.
And this one is straight on off stump. And the bells are dislodged. I don't know.
Round arm.
And Jamison comes in.
Stumps, he kicked the stump. He kicked him. No, umps. That's out.
Remember Mark Wall doing that against Alan Donald? And then they were like,
the
ball was dead. I'm like, no, hold on now.
Yeah. Scorped his stumps. 78 gone. 194 for 7. 2 away from a new ball. Jameson on 6 from 15. Southey on 0 from 15. Maharaj 2 for 64 from his 27. And he's continuing to bowl with Marco Jansen in tandem. New Zealand need plenty of runs. South Africa only need 3 wickets.
Oh, I think there's only really 2 results that are really possible at this moment in time, as Marco Jansen comes in, and this one is defended by Southey to the leg side for the run.
Next thing, Southey gets 100, mate. 242 runs, not that far away.
Oh. Don't do this. Don't do that. I don't want to have another situation as Jansen comes in and drops this one short, and Southey gets well behind it and defends it. Remember that one game that we don't talk about, where
Sri Lanka.
Where you guys, it was before my time, in the before time, where Sri Lanka pulled one out of their hat. But New Zealand don't have a recognized batsman in like Sri Lanka had at that time.
From 9 down. Mate, as somebody who commentated with the Sri Lankan sitting next to me, it was about as enjoyable as a root canal.
Oh, but his emotion was the emotions that Timmy showed was something to behold, and the emotion that yeah.
Nirosha, beautiful, wonderful human being. Defended the last one to run.
They were actual tears. Actual tears.
Mate, it was so hard. Heartsteer.
Look, Tim Southey is in a mug with the bat. His highest score is 77. As Jansen comes in for the fourth ball of the over, this one is dropped short, and Southey ducks underneath it, and it goes straight to the keeper, Cal Verena.
Yorker, I want a Yorker to finish up. Please.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, I think this is why sometimes I think the captain should be at mid-on or mid-off. Just to whisper something in the ball here. Yes,
senior bowler, senior player, either way. Natis Kosana said Kusal Pereira scored 153.
Don't talk about it.
Don't remind me, please. I watched it and I commentated on it.
This one is full outside off stump, and Saudi gets off the mark with a nice looking drive to a point which is covered by Keshav Maharaj, and they come through for the single. The score moves on to 195 for 7.
Marco, we said Yorker, and that means on the stumps, not Yorker outside off stumps.
Outside off stump.
Drop the bat on it.
If we see the graphic, 1.1 overs to the new ball as Marco Jansen comes in. And this one is dropped short, and it is in the air and safe past the square leg umpire for a single. A little bit of a misfield in the outfield. 196 for 7 after 79. I think now might be the time that they're going to bring in Kagiso Rabada to just warm up, or they might just let Keshav have another go. Yes, they're going to have Keshav have another over, and then maybe a KG from the other end. But
yeah, they might take 3 balls with the old one and then take the new one midway through the over. Certainly, excuse me, something to consider.
I wouldn't want KG taking the new ball straight away if he's going. The first 3 balls are going to be loose in it. As Keshav Maharaj comes in, this one on the leg stump, and it is worked to the leg side neatly by Jamison, cleaned up by Kemba Babuma at mid-wicket for no run.
And Mpendulo will join Werner at the end of this over.
Werner got his wish, and they get the new ball too. Oh, they're just taking everything away from us. As Keshav Maharaj comes in, this one a bit straighter, and defended straight back to the bowler by Kyle Jamison.
To be fair, I did kind of say, will we get the 6 overs in? You were like, yeah.
20 minutes. 20 minutes, 6 overs. They're very slow. This one is on middle and leg, and it is just worked straight into the hands on the bounce to a short leg for no run. As Keshav Maharaj comes in, this is a Yorker length delivery. It's dug out and it pops up. And it goes through the hands of a senior player, Mulder. As we were singing his praises, he doesn't drop many, but there he goes. I misfield one. Was this a bump ball? Yep, bump ball through his legs. And it is...
Shibobo.
And it is just not cleanly gathered by Björn Mulder. And the score moves on to 197 for 7 as Keshav Maharaj comes in. Ooh, hurts his fingers, hits powerfully straight back to him, and it gets some fingertips to him. Another Shibobo straight through his legs, and this one, there is no run taken. Still 197 for 7 after 79.5. And good morning, gents. And there's a big appeal for LBW, and
come on, give him.
No. Are they going to go up? Go up.
Surely not. You can see 2 out of the 3 stick.
Leaving you guys with some drama.
Yeah, the 2 of you need to wrap this up, please. You've got a new egg coming your way. So thank you from myself.
See you guys soon.
Thanks, guys.
Right.
Hello, hello.
Greetings once more, Werner. You seem to be my loyal partner at these times.
It seems like we're taking the what hour would you call this? This is between midnight and the time you usually wake up, so the dead of night.
These are the the ancestral hours, the spiritual hours. It's past 3 o'clock here in South Africa.
Yeah,
So if you're into spirits, if you're into astrology and all those things, these are your times of operation.
yeah. Or if you are into cricket. New Zealand are 197 for 7 here, as the new ball is taken immediately, and Janssen will be the one. I think he's into his 6th over now, so he'll probably only bowl a couple of overs with the new ball. And KG will also come back into the attack soon, as Janssen runs in here too. Jameson over the wicket, short ball. He spoons this one up into the air. No! It's dropped as Rassie van der Dussen runs into Janssen. It was spooned up straight into the... it might be Sarel Erwee there. It was spooned right up into the air, into the middle of the wicket, and Janssen was in the way as Erwee ran to catch that one. So we're looking at the replay now. Janssen was going for it, Erwee was going for it, no one called for it, and they bump into each other, and that one goes to ground.
Major miscommunication there between the two players, and Sarel Erwee having to experiencing some little bit of hurt. He's wearing the helmet and he bumped into Janssen. Just saying mine, it was an easy catch for either players, but Janssen had it, and when Sarel Erwee bumped into him, or crashed into him rather, the ball popped out, and luckily enough, Tim Southey, or Carl Jameson rather, lives to see another day.
Yeah, Janssen in again, another short delivery, another top edge. This one floats over the keeper and it'll run away for 4. So Janssen really troubling Jameson here with the short delivery. He's not looking very comfortable, not getting the middle of the bat with either one of those. Big drop catch there with the first ball of the new ball.
Carl Jameson, or Marco Janssen rather, he's not wasting time. He knows exactly what the plans are. I mean, the South Africans are just 3 wickets away from getting the game done. So they're looking as much as they can to attack, and be aggressive. If it means a few bruises here and there, why not?
Now another short one, another top. It's very high into the air. Can somebody get back to it? Yes, KG Rabada does come in from the boundary and he takes that one. So 3rd time's the charm here for Janssen. Kyle Jameson finally taken, and Janssen now taking his 3rd wicket. New Zealand 201 for 8. The short ball tactic working like a charm.
It's starting to become very black for the Black Caps here, Werner. Now a meager 2 wickets away from dropping their ball and drawing this series, which they started off so well. It means a drop in points. It also means a loss of a chance of their first historical series win against South Africa, as Kyle Jameson walks for 12 and costs New Zealand his 8th wicket for 201.
Indeed. And I actually think the batter coming in now is more technically correct than both that came in before him. Neil Wagner, I believe, is a better batsman than both of them. Jameson is very handy with the bat. But as you saw there, he swung wildly for a few there. Not that Neil Wagner will back down, but I feel he's more in control of his pull shots usually. So it'll still be a challenge getting him out here. But South Africa right on top, only needing the 2 wickets, coming out with real intent after the lunch break, having only taken the 1. I think that wicket that Sipamla took of Devon Conway right before lunch was really important going into the session. And then with that opening one side, the Proteas have been able to push through. Janssen in again, another short one. This is angling down the leg side. Salvi walks across trying to help this along, but he misses that one and goes through to Kyle Verreynne.
It's a very, very simple tactic that's being implemented by the South Africans, a deep square leg there waiting for that pull shot. And if you say that Neil Wagner is a more technically gifted batsman, he'll definitely be put to the test, especially if you say that his pull shot is pretty good. Marco Jansen and him have some little bit of history. They've been feisty against each other, and it's the tall man against. Oh, it was Tim Southey now.
Yeah, that one's on the length. Just defended to the man at under the helmet on the offside. Janssen has been using the short pull tactic to good effect in the spell. He's taken all 3 wickets in a similar fashion. All 3 pull shots going to hand. So it has been working out really well. Janssen doing exactly the job that Algar has asked of him.
100%. Using his heights to the fullest extent here, Werner. With 5 balls, this is the last one of the 81st.
Another short delivery from Janssen. Savi just manages to get on top of this one as he defends it close to short leg, but safely into the ground. That's the end of the 81st over. New Zealand 201 for 8. I'm not even going to read the target because it's out of reach. I felt with the wicket of the ground on, all hopes of going for the target is gone, and New Zealand are just trying to fight it out here. As we see, Keshav Maharaj will continue, even though the new ball has been taken, which could be a good ploy with the new ball. So there will be some proud seam. You'll be able to extract maybe some extra bounce. Might even get 1 or 2 to slide on. So not a bad tactic here from Algar, keeping him on one side. And as I said, Janssen has now bowled 6 over spell already, so KG will most likely come on his side.
It's a very interesting tactic being put by Algar here. And Mpo earlier on said that he wanted to see Maharaj use the new ball. So how will it play differently as you see that the batsman is crowded with players under the helmets everywhere around him?
Maharaj just gets one a nice length into the stumps. Wagner defends this one back to him for no run.
It's going to be tough with those foot marks slowly developing and scruffy outside that off stump.
Another similar length delivery. Again, defend this one to short leg by Neil Wagner. Yeah, Keshav has done a beautiful job in this test match for Algar. Keeping the holding roll and taking wickets as he goes in again. This one is floated up. Fuller outside the off stump. Wagner tries to defend this, but it goes past the outside edge through to Verena. Nice drift there from Keshav and nice dip as he couldn't quite get to that delivery. Again, Keshav in. Another floated one. Fuller this time. It takes the outside edge as Wagner looked to drive this one through the covers. That one is racing towards the boundary, but Vian Mulder will be able to hold it in as they come back for 2 runs.
This is exciting bowling from Keshav Maharaj. He's really targeting that spot outside that off stump. It's giving problems to Neil Wagner. Some balls turn too much, as some just lightly keep with the line. So he can't really judge how to play it. And with these men around him so close, waiting for any mistake, another gully fielder in there, another second slip, as they put him in right now, could make the difference.
Now Keshav in again. Another good length delivery angling into the stumps, just defended by Neil Wagner. Yeah, Kesh is throwing a few up here, which is a good ploy. Plenty of runs to work with. So no worries if he does go for a couple of boundaries, if he manages to still pick 100%. Up a wicket here. And again, floated full again, just past the outside edge. A magnificent over here from Keshav. He's beaten the bat on 2 occasions, taken the edge on another occasion, and Neil Wagner just manages to see out that over. So a good call here by the captain to keep Keshav Maharaj going with the new ball.
You are very right there, Werner. the way you talked about it as he was about to begin his over, the ball is still new, it's proud. So it's really coming on after it's pitched. And it's a different ball game with a new ball spinner and an old ball spinner, as you can see the differences there. So Neil Wagner has a lot to deal with outside that off stump because every single ball seems like it's a threat. Doesn't know, must I go, must I leave? So he always presents his bats as an opportunity to nab an edge.
Indeed, as Janssen runs in again here for his, I think it's his 7th over now. Another short one that salvages defends back down the pitch for no run.
What are your thoughts, Werner, on these two fielders under Tim Southey's helmet, just breathing down his neck? What lines and lengths are you expecting to see just to exploit these guys?
Yeah, I see a similar length that Janssen has been bowling throughout this innings. A lot of short deliveries, hopefully trying to tuck it into his ribs as he runs in again, exactly into that rib cage area, where I suspect he'll try and keep making Southey as uncomfortable as possible, trying to possibly get a glove, and it's spooning up to one of those fielders close in or even to the slip region.
Exactly. It's the same thing that almost happened with Cal Jamieson, the one that popped. I think it was the second ball he faced off Janssen's over as he now preps for the third. So excellent work there.
Janssen in again, short again. He ducks under this one, but Janssen is really getting his line right here, which is very important with short deliveries, to not just waste it because it takes a lot of energy. And I think Janssen should really be commended for this spell because it's a prolonged spell of bowling short. That takes a lot of effort.
100%. And to have only gone for 11 runs so far, it indicates it's also an efficient spell and one that has reaped rewards as well.
Yeah, Janssen in again short. He hooks this one just past Mulder at that leg gully, and it goes too fine leg for a single. He almost took one similar to the previous one that the Gronholm hooked again, but this time Mulder dived away to his left-hand side, just out of reach. I think if it was anywhere in reach, Mulder would have taken that. He's been taking some blinders in his short career with those big hands.
Give that man a red cape there, Werner. Call him Superman. He flew as much as he could, but the ball is just a bit too much. But it will draw confidence on Marco Jansen there because he almost fell for it. There is definitely a ploy put here by South Africa, as we have discussed. And one of those will land on that 45 man as he now drops back, indicating that, well, Marco Jansen is really about to fire it up. So we have a deep, fine leg, we have a deep square leg, and the man who's in front of square was also deep, waiting for that short ball.
Yeah, he's running in around the wicket to Neil Wagner here, and Wagner just defends this one for no run. Yeah, I know Wagner will look and he'll see those 3 men back, but I don't suspect he will hold back because he does love that pull shot, so he might still go for it in any case.
Maybe he might, because it's not really his job to work the way that batsmen should. His job now is to just do the best that he can, deter the bowler if you can, but make sure that you just survive. So he needs to be precise.
Well, again, around the wicket, Jansen, as Wagner just tucks this one off his hip, but it doesn't go very far, and Rassie van der Dussen at short leg is able to just run around and cut that one off, and they don't take a single. The end of the 83rd over, New Zealand are 204 for 8, as Jansen has now taken 3 for 59 after 19 overs. A big turnaround from his spell yesterday, where he went for 30 in his 8 overs without taking a wicket. This spell in particular being very, very effective with that short ball ploy, and the fielders in patches backing him up despite the 2 dropped catches. I think Rassie van der Dussen will be very relieved that the Gronholm isn't still at the crease.
100%. The key lied in Colin de Gronholm for New Zealand if they wanted to do something. As Keshav Maharaj bowls the first, dances down the track, does Tim Southey. picks it up as a half volley, and he just smashes it over the head of Keshav Maharaj. Wonderful boundary there, Werner.
Yeah, Sav is a lot more comfortable against the spin of Keshav than he is against the short ball ploy of Janssen. But it could also work to Keshav's advantage if he looks to attack him.
Exactly there.
Keshav in again around the wicket, gets good drift, and Salvi looks to pull this one. Isn't quite short enough as he gets a bottom edge onto his back leg, and it just goes past the leg stump.
Maharaj is happy. Maharaj wants more of this. Goes for the third ball. Dances again, Tim Southey. Now this time over cover. No one is covering that area. Kagiso Rabada goes to retrieve the ball as they continue running through the crease, and Tim Southey and Wagner have crossed over for 2 runs.
Yeah,
Tim Southey is being fearless here, Werner.
Yeah, but Keshav will like seeing that the more attacking is, the greater opportunity Maharaj will have to take the wicket here. Surprised they only took 2 runs there. Rabada had a big chase there. As Kesh runs in again, gets good drift and dip again on a length into middle stump, but Salvi just defends this one for no run.
It's good flight here from Maharaj, tempting Tim Southey to doing it again and maybe getting it wrong. The 5th ball does it again, and he almost misses it. It almost penetrates there, Werner.
Yeah, this is exactly what the Proteas would want. They have plenty of runs to work with, so the more loosely Southey plays here, the better. Just gets another inside edge onto his legs. And he goes down the wicket again and again. He goes over the cover region. No fielder out there. Again, it's not going to reach the boundary. They're running very slowly. Wagner doesn't look very interested to face up to... Oh, well, he might be interested in facing the next over from Janssen or whoever the other bowler ends up being, because he had no interest in coming back for a 3rd run.
Tim Southey has had enough. Keshav Maharaj was posing significant threats on him. Now, if that ball where he danced down, if it wasn't for his back leg, there was a stumping opportunity there. So Tim Southey is counting his lucky stars here, Werner, for the Black Caps. And after the 84th over, New Zealand are on 212 for the loss of 8 wickets. South Africa just need 2 now. It's on the horizon drawing this series, because this target of 426 just seems out of reach.
And Janssen is still continuing. I've just got to check how long this has been, because this is a mammoth effort from the young 21-year-old. Janssen will be running in here around the wicket again to Wagner. Short length, and he just manages to squirt this one over the man at short leg into the gap, and they do get through for a single. Something that I think Janssen won't mind, because he's had Salvi in trouble quite a lot through this over.
He survives there, Wagner. He really survives. Maybe they might think of the possibility of a leg slip. That might add some element and make that shot a wicket-taking opportunity. Extract more of the ball that's on the body line as Tim Southey faces the 2nd. They continue the ploy, and this time there's a 45 man there. Rian Mulder's there for Tim Southey. That would have ran, but he's also there for that wicket-taking opportunity. We saw him fly that previous over, but he just couldn't get there. So Marco Jansen is still sticking to his guns. On the 7th over of his spell there, Werner, when you had asked, he's taken 3 wickets and has only gone for 11. So it's been sensational bowling from the young man, as you suggested.
Yeah, very big effort here from Janssen.
That was a tricky one there. They running through for 2.
Just on a bit fuller of a good length outside the off stump, as Salvi looked to drive this one down the ground, but he gets an inner part of the bat and it just goes to the vacant mid-on region, and they manage to go through for 2.
ball just with the bat just twisting in his hand, the face closed, and it went to that open area. But every run counts, every ticking of the scorecard counts. You never know what can happen, but at the same time, it means it's runs saved or wickets saved.
Jansen in again, and this one is short. Just turned around the corner by Salvi, and it goes to the man at fine leg. They go through for a single. Yeah, 2 balls to go in this over. Jansen into his 8th over here. A marathon spell. It can't be too long before we see KG coming in here.
I'm wearing my tutus and my cheerleading clothes for Marco Jansen. I'm a fan of fresh new talent entering the scene and then taking charge of their position as well. He understands his strengths, Marco Jansen. He's tall, he's lanky, gets bounce, and he has a fair nick of pace. They're just bringing back the deep backward square and is now in that 45 position where it's almost like leg gully. So they're trying to extract as much as they can out of the short ball, the 5th ball from Jansen. Ooh, there's a big appeal here, Werner. A massive appeal as the ball just flies in front of the face of Neil Wagner. They say
will
that
go for the review
clips.
here.
They say
They're
that it clips
convinced.
the glove.
They're convinced. They're going up for the review as the umpire didn't give it out, but they are already celebrating. Convinced it took the glove, as Mpundelo says. Yeah, he just managed to get this one just short of a length. Moving across, Wagner on the back foot, uncomfortable. It does look like it might have just brushed the top of the glove, but we'll have to take a closer look, and we'll also need Snicko for this one.
Varane didn't even waste time, as you saw from that replay. He just said the moment it wasn't out, Snicko will give us the right answer. Oh, there's nothing there.
Nothing. Just a small gap between the ball and the glove. It's perilously close, but there is nothing on Snicko, so there won't be anything. It's for the umpire to override here. So nothing there. It was very close, so I'm not surprised that they went for the review.
It was very close. It was a sensational delivery. It's understandable why you'd want a wicket out of that wicket ball. It was just, oh my God, it had so much juice halfway down the pitch. Neil Wagner
Verena is very surprised. He was convinced that was out, and they all heard the noise, but there's nothing on Snicko.
It's imaginary, phantom. That's how good the ball was. Goes for it again, this time behind the back. This time, Neil Wagner decides not to engage because he saw it was almost lights out with the previous ball, just tucking under it. And with that ball, Werner, we have the drinks break. 82 overs gone for New Zealand. They are on 203 for 8. If it is of any interest, they still 223 runs away from covering the target. But in a more realistic realm of cricket based on history, South Africa, with 2 wickets to go, seem to have the upper hand. And as the players have drinks, I have a sip of my tea.
Somebody who has thoroughly deserved his drinks break, it would be Marco Jansen. Marco Jansen with a marathon. 8 over spell. Just quickly trying to see how much or what his figures were in that spell.
It was a great spell. I can help you out there, Werner.
Definitely.
He bowled 7 overs, and then in his 7 overs, he went only for 13 runs.
Yeah,
my live
very
info is
impressive
is 1 over behind, funny enough.
And yeah, he's bowled 20 overs now. So 8 over spell, he went for 16 runs. But he also took 3 wickets in the process. So very, very good spell there by Marco Jansen. I'm sure KG Rabada is chomping at the bit to get his chance to bowl at the tail here with the new ball.
And Kagiso Rabada has been having a sensational series as well. So you don't back it, or you don't say no to a man who has a hot hand. So it will be nice to see when he comes back, because he brings a different element. He brings hard hitting the pitch, quick and aggression as well. So, and he's also right-handed. So it will be very interesting to see what will happen when Kagiso Rabada gets that new cherry in his hand.
Yeah, I'll quickly run through the scorecard. Tom Latham was the first to go for one, as the wickets are shown just as I start to rally off the scorecard. Tom Latham went for one of two deliveries, bowled by Kagiso Rabada, caught by Rassie van der Dussen at short leg. He was actually the second man to go. The first one was Will Young, bowled Rabada, caught by Bavuma for a duck of two deliveries. Henry Nicholls went for 7 of 32 deliveries, bowled by Keshav Maharaj. Right at the beginning of his spell, he got one to turn back in from outside off and bowl Nicholls between bat and pad. The next one to go was Daryl Mitchell, also bowled by Keshav Maharaj, got one to drift in beautifully and just turn enough to go past the outside edge. Then there was Devon Conway. He was dismissed by Sipamla with a nice in-swinging full-length delivery. He dismissed him LBW 92, for 92 of 188 balls. A very good innings by Devon Conway, but not able to see this match through as Sipamla got through his defenses. Tom Blundell went for 44 of 109 deliveries, bowled by Janssen, caught by Bavuma. Colin de Granholm, 18 of 34 deliveries, bowled by Janssen, caught Mulder. As we see Rabada coming in, just helped over the gully region as Salvi leans back. A nice guide over the gully region, 4-4. And Kyle Jameson was the latest batter to go. Bowled Janssen, caught Rabada for 12 of 23 deliveries.
Thank you for that roundup there, Werner. And the bowling change that we've been praying for and asking for almost created something here for the South Africans, as Kagiso Rabada is now in charge of the ball, coming in for the second ball of the 86th over. Tim Southee had no clue what was going on there on that third ball. He just played it because Kagiso Rabada is coming for these short balls as well, continuing the tactic that was implemented by Marco Jansen, but this time it just straight for his hip, not high enough. He premeditated that and then boom onto his thigh guard. So what will he do for this third ball?
It's interesting he's come on at Maharaj's side.
Oh, Werner!
High into the air as Luto Supamla gets under this one, as Tim Salvi top edge this one, and as Mundelo says, this short ball tactic still being implemented and still reaping the rewards of South Africa. New Zealand now 220 for 9 after 85.3 overs. South Africa only 1 wicket away from a sweet, sweet victory and keeping their proud record of never being defeated by New Zealand in a test match series.
That was a seemingly nothing shot from Tim Southee. I think it was just played out of reaction and instinct just to defend his body. He didn't have any much control with that open blade. He just pulled it for no reason, for nowhere, and the ball, exercising his indecision, went up into the air and into the palms of a New Zealand black cap fielder as he loses his wicket there, Tim Southee, as the Proteas claimed their 9th wicket.
Yeah, Kagiso Rabada with his third, not wasting any time. First over after drinks, takes the wicket. We've been calling for him to come in, and he doesn't waste any time. He's been having a fantastic test match. 5 wickets in the first innings, then a quick fire 47 of 34 balls, and now another 3 for 39 as he looks to wrap up this New Zealand tale. With Matt Henry, the new man, at the crease.
He's doing fantastic work, and Matt Henry now has to face some bit of his own music as the fourth ball comes through from Kagiso Rabada. It's a nice and full one, doesn't pitch, and Neil Wagner is able to punch that through mid-off and earn himself two more runs as Kagiso Rabada misses his length. He's trying for that Yorker delivery and for that element of surprise and just missed it there, Kagiso Rabada. He's not wasting time wanting to clean up this tail.
Yeah, just looking at the wicket again, it wasn't that short, but Salvi went for the pull shot. Not really a horizontal bat. It was almost in between. Wasn't comfortable at all as Kagiso Rabada bowls another short one down the leg side here to Neil Wagner. And there is one ball remaining in this over.
This is hot stuff from Kagiso Rabada, as you've said. He is another man on form. It's nice. South Africa, it's not just one player firing, it's a whole set of players who are just making this team shine. As Double Nelson is on the board.
Rabada, and again to Wagner just outside the off stump on a short of the length. And it's the end of this 86 over. Double Nelson, yes. 4-9. 1 wicket away are the Proteas. It has been a simply glorious turnaround after that first test match where they were pummeled into the ground. They were lackluster, jet lagged, whatever you'd call it, but it was a very poor performance. Not the type of energy and effort that we usually expect from the Proteas all around. And you've seen with that match, getting some practice in, how big of a difference is made going into the second one. The Proteas always keen on bouncing back strongly, and they have certainly done that. As we see Marco Jansen still continuing, he will start his 9th over on the trot.
Dean Alga is also not wasting time. He wants this over and done with, and he must be happy that his bowlers are up to the task whenever he asks, as Janssen comes for the 87th. Again, nice and short, into the ribs of Matt Henry. He's still fresh, Matt Henry. He's facing his first ball, and it's an on fire Marco Jansen. It's a hot Marco Jansen. And he's not getting any chances the other side either because Kagiso Rabada is also not wasting none of his time. So the two men under the helmet of Matt Henry to deal with the short ball.
And again here, another short one. This one way too far down the leg side, so doesn't trouble Henry. The batters facing up to Janssen might as well forget about their front foot because they're not getting anything pitched up here.
Man, as the Windies used to say, if you want to drive, buy a car, man. Don't come here and waste our time. As Marco Jansen is using the full extent of his height, using all of his skill. Oh, that was a nice jaffa there from Marco Jansen. This time cutting across and fixing his line, going in front of the chest of Matt Henry, pulls his hands down, Matt Henry, to make sure that his bat is safe. But it was high enough and so high that Kyle Varane almost didn't get it back.
Yeah, that one almost tickled Henry's nose as he just gets out of the way there. Good short length delivery. I think that's the good part about this tactic from Jansen. He has used the short ball very well because he's managed to get his direction and length just spot on. Another short one, as I say, he gets his line right. This one goes down the leg side, but he has managed to pick up 3 crucial wickets. Just one away here, so probably difficult to get that ball out of his hand.
You can't, but as you can look at the speed gun, if you can look at the speed gun, he's dropped a significant amount of pace. He's on the mid 120s now, showing that that strain on his bowling spell is starting to take a strain on his body as he comes for the 5th ball, and still he continues. This time, Matt Henry trying to dodge away, but he can't get his gloves off. Then boom, onto the ground though. whenever you don't have control like that as a batsman, it's very easy to pop it up, Werner, as Aidan Markram suggests, or Rasif van der Dussen, that it will just go up and then it will be an easy catch for either of the guys under the helmet.
Yeah, there's been plenty of chatter in this innings. South African have constantly talked to the New Zealand batters, trying to throw them off.
And can't throw them off high enough to get their wickets as Marco Jansen ends the 87th over with another short ball that this time draws and it falls down that leg side as I misplaced my words, just like Marco Jansen misplaced his line. Matt Henry dodges under it, and it ends a very successful over for Marco Jansen, which had some threats here and there, and it is a maiden over in the ninth over of his spell. South Africa still with only one wicket to get New Zealand on that very shaky score, which asks for wickets. It is a double Nelson, double two for New Zealand, and still a fair bit away from their targets. Kagiso Rabada continues.
It's interesting. Jansen has picked up plenty of wickets in his 2 series so far, but he hasn't picked up a 5-for just yet. I think he's up to 4 wicket hauls now.
And with those 4 wicket hauls, Werner, the numbers continues because as Neil Wagner bags another 4 here for New Zealand. A smart cover drive, but a shaky one because it was aerial for a while, enticing the fielder at mid-off to go for a jump, but it was just a bit too much. Kagiso Rabada is looking for his 4th wicket as well, going for his own 4th for Werner.
Indeed. Following up his 5-wicket haul in the first innings. It's been a magnificent test match by Kagiso Rabada.
He's been playing very well, shades of Matt Henry, except for the ridiculous amount of wickets and, of course, a 50. But hey, man, that shine that we've always been looking for from Kagiso Rabada with the bats finally shone through yesterday. He should be looking to play like that more often. But now we need his heroics with the ball, as South Africans would say. Kagiso Rabada bowls one at the back of a length, trying to entice a false defensive shots, trying to do something there with that back of a length. He still has 2 slip fielders, does Kagiso Rabada. So those balls still pose a threat for Neil Wagner just in case he misreads it and he edges it to that cordon.
Indeed. Yeah, the short ball tactic might frustrate some viewers watching, but it has worked a treat, as seen by the fact that New Zealand only have the 1 wicket remaining as that ball just angled across Wagner on a short of a length for no run, with 2 balls remaining in the over for Rabada to try and finish this off just before we'll hand over to Anis and who's the next one? Anis and Tim.
Ooh, Werner enticing an edge there, Kagiso Rabada. You can see now that the tactic has clearly changed. It's no longer short. He's banging it back of a length or just a touch of a good length, and he's angling it across. He's getting Neil Wagner to nibble at it a bit more, and that time just getting an edge straight to point. So can he get one into the slip cordon?
Back of length, and Wagner just defends this one back. That's the end of the 88th over. New Zealand are 226 for 9. Rabada with 3 wickets, Jansen with 3 wickets, looking for the last one. We'll have 1 more over before we hand over. Let's see if we can take that final wicket before the end of our stint.
Matt Henry is the man on strike as well, Werner. He's on 0 after 6 balls. So if there is a man who's most likely to drop his wicket between Neil Wagner, it will make sure that South Africa have a higher chance of getting a wicket.
Jansen continues on. He soldiers on. As we see Anis and Tim coming in, they will replace us. Just call this first ball before we hand over as Jansen runs in short, and it hits Matt Henry as he tries to evade it, but unable to do so as it hits him on his shoulder blade, and it goes to the man at leg gully Mulder for no run. Thank you, Tim and Anis.
Thank you guys for almost taking us home.
Gentlemen,
Tim,
stay well.
Cheers, guys.
cheers, guys. Welcome, Tim. As
How's
Marco
it,
Jansen,
Anis? How's it?
good. As Marco Jansen comes in for the second ball, this one short of a length outside, on off stump and defended by Henry. This is with the exception of one over to change size. This Marco Jansen's 11th over, 9th or 10th over. He's 10th over, I think, on the trot. Quite an extended spell from the young man. He's 21. We don't want to bowl him into dust just yet. But yes, I think it's going to be probably very hard to get the ball away from him. He's probably telling the captain, one more, captain. As this one comes in, this one induces an edge, and is fielded by Keshav Maharaj, who runs around from backward point to gully, and he dives on it. He dives on the ball, stopping it with his shin, and there is no run to 26 for 9 after 88.3.
He slipped underneath the surface, on the surface.
Okay.
The spikes didn't go into the surface, so yeah, it looks a bit uncomfortable.
But he's done his job for the day. Whatever anyone says about Dean Elgar, him playing Keshav Maharaj was a master stroke, and batting first on this wicket was also like Dean Elgar just showing his tactical genius as Marco Jansen runs in again. This one short of length outside off, angling into Henry, who gets behind it and defends it back down the ground for no run.
The thing with the Maharaj selection is, he's always going to give 100%, and that's exactly what he's done in this test match.
As Jansen comes in for the fifth ball of the over, Henry hops onto the back foot and keeps this one out, and it just defends it again, keeps it out, and there is no run taken.
But you're right. It has certainly been an inspired selection. He's contributed with bat and ball at this test match. Both been very, very important.
And it just shows that no matter what anyone says, even the New Zealand experts were surprised as Jansen comes in and drops this one short again, and Henry just ducks below. Even they were making note of it, saying, oh, the ball doesn't turn in New Zealand. And then Keshav Maharaj coming in with 3 wickets in the second innings. So it just proves in the modern game that regardless of where you are, a spinner is a very useful thing to have. Is a very useful weapon to have in your back pocket. Might not be for the first innings, but the time will come when you really need one, either to control an end or to give some respite to your strike bowlers.
Yeah, and Keshav is more than capable to do either of those roles. So he's a very important member to the side. Doesn't always play, as you say, but when he does play, more often than not, he does contribute.
Even though something like in the past 5 tests, a spinner has only taken 3 or has only taken 3 wickets or something before this game, and Keshav Maharaj has just doubled that in one. As this one from Kagiso Rabada is coming around the wicket to Neil Wagner, short of a length on middle and off, and it is defended for no run.
Yeah, look, we had our New Zealand expert on our podcast before the Test series began, and he thought us having 2 spinners was very strange.
Yeah, as this one is short of a length on off stump and it defended out to Gully, where Temba Bavuma cleans up, and there is no run. Yeah, you always need that. Like I said, a spinner is always a decent weapon to have in your arsenal. Either as Kagiso Rabada comes in for the third ball of the over, this one tucks Neil Wagner up, and he leaps into the air and defends this one off of his feet, and he keeps it out, and there is no run. The spinner traditionally in South Africa plays a different role to say the spinner in the subcontinent, where the spinner normally plays a holding role. That's why you'll see that Keshav Maharaj's average is so high, is because he's normally holding up one end while the fast bowlers are bending their back on the other. So yeah, but he on wickets that suit him and wickets that do favor spin, Keshav Maharaj is a handful to face. It's just that being from South Africa, he doesn't get that opportunity that often.
Yeah, I totally agree.
As Rabada comes in for the fourth ball, and this one is ducked underneath, and there's appeal for a catch, and the umpire is unmoved. Not sure why. Did it come off of the elbow? Don't think Dean Elgar's going up. Could this be the final wicket?
I think this was out. I don't think this was out. I think this is a
they're not as confident as the last one.
Yeah, I think this is a similar story, I'm afraid. I think Dean wants to finish early.
Yeah, they want to go to Carl Jamison's house for that bride. And this one is
shoulder.
Oh, yeah. Shoulder. No, not even. Missed everything. Unless it tipped the shirt. No glove. What did they hear? What did they hear then?
I don't know. Nothing. Just a reminder of reviews. It hit absolutely nothing.
But who convinced Dean Elgar?
I think Dean convinced himself. For Barden was half-hearted. So was the keeper. I think Dean said, "No, I've got things to do. I've got places to go."
It didn't even hit him in the shoulder. And Dean Elgar's like, "Oh no, it hit you in the shoulder." He's like, "No." As Kagiso Rabada comes in for the fifth over, this one needs to be full and a Yorker. Nope, dropped short by Kagiso Rabada, and Neil Wagner just ducks underneath it with no doubt there that it touched anything, and some conversations happening between Neil Wagner and the close-in South African fielders. We know that Wagner won't back down. He's always one with a few verbals himself. He's just giving it back to as Kagiso Rabada comes in. This one is full and gets the outside half of the bat, and it's driven well. And Keshav Maharaj running down to cover in a deep mid-wicket area, and they get a single. So Neil Wagner retains the strike, protecting Matt Henry from the bowling from the other side. I wonder if Marco Jansen will continue, or will Dean Elgar finally rip the ball out of his hands and say, "Okay, young man, you've done enough."
Yeah, I suspect the latter. As you say, he's still got a lot of cricket in the summer, got a whole series against Bangladesh coming up. So, yeah, it would be silly to overbowl him.
Oh, though the lights are on and are taking full effect, it seems it would be a bit of a tragedy for South Africa if oh no, it's bright enough. I reckon it's bright enough for the game to finish. Oh no, Marco Jansen's continuing. I think Dean needs to have a chat with him and say, "Look, maybe just let's go have a rest down at fine leg. We, as you say, we don't want him to be overbowled, but with Wagner on strike, and Shaw is geeing up Marco Jansen, and as on the previous stint it was mentioned that his pace has dropped. Maybe he is getting a bit tired. There is the double bluff going on with a deep fine leg and a deep square leg. So the short pitch stuff should be continuing as Marco Jansen comes in. This one is short of a length. doesn't come up as much, and Wagner has no problem defending this one to the offside.
I know that they love this ploy, particularly to Wagner, but I think that they should be doing a little bit more of a little bit more variety.
Yeah.
Wagner knows exactly what's coming, so it's easy for him to get underneath the delivery or play the shots because he knows what's coming every ball.
As Jansen comes in, and this one is poorly directed down the leg side, and he's left alone by Wagner. They should be. I want to see at least one Yorker length delivery aimed at the toes and over, instead of just pumping everything halfway down the track and hoping that Wagner makes the mistake. South Africa don't need to fall into the trap of forgetting how to bowl to a tail ender. As Jansen comes in for the third ball of the over, and this one is short, and Wagner, where's this one? This one did hit him, and a little bit of a glare from Marco Jansen at Neil Wagner. Wagner wore that one on the arm, and it's game on. That was a good bouncer.
It's a good bouncer, but again, if you're wanting to win the test match, I'd rather get him out than injure him.
Yeah.
It is a good bouncer, but I'd like to see, as you say, now would be a good ploy to bowl a pitch top delivery, if not a Yorker.
Yes. Hopefully it is in the back of Jansen's mind as Jansen runs in, and this one is short of a length again, and Wagner wears this one again on his hip as it trickles down to Calvarena behind the wicket for no run. You're just prolonging things now. Surely attacking the stumps needs to be an option, unless they're just doing this to Neil Wagner in the hope that it will keep him on strike so that Kagiso Rabada can have 6 balls at Henry. As Jansen comes in for the 4th ball of the over. Past the umpire now. This one, a short of a length again, and defended off of the Wagner defends off of his hip to forward short leg for no run. Rassie van der Dussen under the helmet. Score remains 2-7 for 9. 1 ball left in the 91st over.
Best way to get to number 10 and 11 out is the top of off stump. That's always been the case.
The basics. I understand this ploy by the South Africans wanting to, and it has worked short into Neil Wagner's ribs again, and it keeps him on strike. And now Kagiso Rabada has 6 balls at Matt Henry. Score remains 2-7 for 9.
What they will be saying is the last 4 wickets have come from short balls. So that's what they will be saying. They'll be saying, well, the last 4 came through short bowling, so it's working for us.
Not Kagiso Rabada, but Keshav Maharaj coming on from the other end. Just a short little burst from Kagiso Rabada. I think he is going to take over from Marco Jansen at the other end then. So Keshav Maharaj is going to get another go with this newish ball. The ball is now 11 overs old. Luto Sapamla is probably standing at right leg going, I am here. And Sapamla bowls a decent Yorker.
I think the idea is to entice Henry to try and attack Maharaj. I think that's the idea.
To give him 3 as Maharaj comes in for the first ball of the over, and this one is fired in on leg stump, and it is defended to mid on for no run, where Kagiso Rabada cleans up. As Keshav Maharaj comes in for the second ball of the over, and this one is a similar delivery, middle and leg, a little bit straighter, defended to Kagiso Rabada at mid on for no run. Keshav Maharaj in for the third ball of the over. This one is a carbon copy. This one, though, defended with a straight back to Keshav Maharaj. For no run, 2-7 for 9.
No spin or bounce at the moment.
And is in for the fourth ball. This one does turn a little bit. It was on a middle and off, and it turned a little bit. It straightened a bit, and Henry was up to it and defends to the offside for no run. Bit of drift and a little bit of turn as Keshav Maharaj loops this one in with the more round arm action, and it is on a middle end leg and defended straight back to Keshav Maharaj for no run. Rushing through this over as the comes in for the final ball of this over, and this one is on middle end leg, and Henry gets a big stride forward and defends it back down the ground for no run. The score remains 2-7 for 9. Made an over from Keshav Maharaj. Wagner on 10, Henry yet to get off the mark. As you were saying, hopefully this over we have I think it is, yes, it's going to be Kagiso Rabada. Hopefully this over Kagiso Rabada will be attacking the stumps more, giving that extra option to get the wicket instead of just dropping everything short. Yeah.
What he's been doing is he's been bowling round the wicket to Wagner, bowling short, like Janssen. Yeah, but hopefully he'll do a bit more of a mix-up.
The first ball up is a very good bouncer, and Wagner is again leaping up over his feet and defending this one down. Kagiso Rabada is bowling with 2 steps of gully, short cover, forward short leg. We are just waiting for the replays to be done, as they show the replay of that very good bounce, spinning up off a good leg as it starts raining. Oh no! And this one is short of a length and defended again by Neil Wagner. Oh no! No! 1 wicket to go, and it's starting to rain.
All you have to do is pitch it up on the stumps, and Wagner will get out.
And the umpire is taking a walk.
Yeah. South Africa.
Hidalgo does not look happy. Kagiso Rabada does not look happy.
They've had about 25 minutes to get this last wicket, and off they go.
Off they go. Oh no. Oh my.
I think.
Is it yes?
I think that was signal. Yeah.
Yeah, they're off. Yep.
Yeah.
What drama.
The covers on.
What drama. The short pitch bowling to the number 10 and the 11. Will that come back to haunt the South Africans who are not moving? Oh no.
Wagner and Henry have faced 52 deliveries, and I'd say about 95% of them have been short. Oh
no, this is I think the tactics have come back to bite South Africa. Just as we were saying that Dean Elgar is a tactical genius. Will they end up short? Hopefully it's a passing, just a passing bit of drizzle. However, things as they seem now seem like the short pitch bowling and not attacking and bowling the proper lengths to a tail ender, or just bowling proper lengths in general, are coming back to bite South Africa. This seems like a common thread where it comes down to the last 2 wickets, and South Africa struggled to get out the 2 worst batsmen in the team.
Yeah, that's certainly been the case. So we'll just go through the team quickly, the scores. New Zealand are 227 for 9. Neil Wagner's on 10. Matt Henry's on 0. And where they lost Tom Blunder on 44. He was caught before by Janssen. Then Colin de Granholm was caught Mulder by Janssen for 18. Carl Jamison was caught Rabada, bowled Janssen for 12. And Tim Zadie was caught Sapamla, bowled Rabada for 17. So South Africa need 1 wicket in about 35, 40 overs to win the match, provided they come back.
Oh, this is good. Oh, this is heartbreaking for me.
Should we go and come back, Anis?
Yeah, I see that they've taken tea as well. So I think we'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, cheers, but.
All right, cheers. And welcome back for... Hi, everyone. I think we're going to have a 4-man booth.
Right.
One wicket to get. We've just missed 3 balls, and all of them have been dots. They are from Kagiso Rabada. There's 1 ball left in this over. The batsman is crowded with a short leg too. As Kagiso Rabada bowls this one full, getting it up there now, trying to end this as quickly as possible. They can't trust the rain. Full outside off stump, defended to the offside for no run. Score 227 for 9. Guys, are we going to take it home? We've got...
I just hope that there was a few chats at the break to inform the bowlers that they can pitch the ball up on occasions.
Yeah, it's a tough one because the short ball is what's been working through the day. There's still a lot of bounce on the pitch, but I agree, Tim, especially with number 10 and 11 at the wicket. A Rabada Yorker surely will be enough to take care of business. Yeah,
more than enough. Oh, we're just seeing replays of the drop catch with the confusion between 3 fielders. And Marco Jansen showing how big of a man he is.
That's going to be in a highlights reel for days to come.
Oh. As Maharaj comes in, this one on middle and off. And it is just defended straight back to the bowler for no run.
There's a silly point, a forward short leg, a conventional short leg.
Oh, this one is... This one is on middle and leg and maybe sliding down leg side, but no shot is off it, and there is an appeal. But South Africa have no more reviews because of some phantom nicks. Look, probably going down leg and maybe height we've seen. As Maharaj comes in for the 3rd ball of the over. This one is a bit straighter and defended back to the bowler for no run.
I think there's something wrong with Sneeko, in all honesty. That last review they took, it definitely came off the shoulder. There was a deflection and everything, and you could hear the noise. I'm not sure what's happening with Sneeko.
This one, a bit quicker through the air and defended straight back to the bowler for no run.
Neil Wagner has got mufflers in his gloves and on his shoulder.
South Africa doesn't lean into the stump mic telling this local broadcaster that they're cheating.
A Yorker will do it.
Dishath Maharaj in for the 4th ball of the over, and this one is looped in, and there's a big appeal! That is gone! The pass given him! And Henry has been given. Is he going to go up? Delaying the inevitable. And yeah, they've gone up.
But it looked like it was pad first. Plum in front.
Definitely, it's the arm ball. It's the arm ball, and it's pad first. I'm willing to get a cup of coffee on
thing.
that.
And
that is...
that's tight.
Dead.
So close.
If it's pad first, he's dead. No, yes, maybe Height can save him. Oh, no, it's done.
It's pad first, definitely.
Maybe Height. We've seen...
Maharaj deserves this after the test he's had.
Oh, dead. Stone dead. Only thing that can save him is Height. That's hitting middle.
That's below the knee roll. Shouldn't be a problem.
Big stride, though. Oh...
We've seen a couple sneak over.
Done! Dead! South Africa have won. What a comeback after being absolutely demolished in the first test. What a comeback. Just proving that South Africa start test series poorly and can never be written off.
An emphatic victory for South Africa. The only real time that New Zealand were in that test match was when South Africa were 302 for 8. Otherwise, it was all South Africa from the beginning. A much better improvement from the first test match. Huge test matches for Kyle Verreynne and Saul Erwin with their hundreds. Bishop Maharaj coming back into the side was hugely important contributions with bat and ball. South Africa can go home with their head held high after what's been a very interesting Test series.
Yeah, hundreds in both innings, over 300 in both innings. Rabada with a 5-wicket haul and a quick fire 47 and another 3 in the next innings. It was an all-round contribution.
Must be the major contender for man of the match, Kagiso Rabada.
Certainly one of them. I think it's the massive thing from this Test match is that the visiting side actually read the conditions better than the home side.
Yes.
And a very brave decision to bat first, which was proven correct, and to include Keshav Maharaj as well, who, he I think took 4 wickets in the Test match, but he definitely played an absolutely crucial role in the attack. So well done to the Proteas after that beating in the first Test, just once again showing their resilience, and that they've got clearly something very special going on inside that change room.
And what a shame we don't have a decider.
Yes, that is also something. But finances, as we know, as Calverena and Sarel Evia are taking a souvenir stump home for their efforts. South Africa have managed to prevent New Zealand from accomplishing some history here, remaining unbeaten by New Zealand in a Test series, the only team to do so. So South Africa remains New Zealand's final frontier. Lots to talk about, guys. Going forward, we've got the Bangladesh series coming in. Would you guys like to see some wholesale changes, or just to blood in new guys and give some of the senior members a rest?
I don't know. The Test, we are still in line for a Test Championship final the way we've started, so I don't think we should be taking any undue risks or chances at this stage.
And we've seen Bangladesh has beaten New Zealand in New Zealand, so.
The only things that you definitely are going to do is obviously Keegan Peterson is going to come back into the side. That's definitely going to happen. And for me, Ryan Rickleton should be the backup batsman. So I would be dropping Markham. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty much the same sort of 15, 16 players that you would expect. That we've seen in this series. No massive changes, but obviously just those two.
And Lungi and Gidi coming back.
Yeah,
Yes.
And Nick Nokia is probably still not going to be available, so I don't see much change in the bowlers. Then who would be the extra batsman that would take Aiden Markham's spot if he's not going to be in the squad? Okay, so he'd come in. Okay.
Rickleton is my backup batsman.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Does Zubair Hamza retain his spot? Not in the starting 11. I mean, in the squad.
No, I probably not. No.
Okay.
Because he only came in there through the what happened to Keegan Peterson.
Okay.
Keegan Peterson comes back. Ryan Rickleton is your backup batsman. So you're probably going to say to Sapamla, thanks. We like what you saw from you, but Lungi is the guy in front of you at the moment. So he's also going to sit out. As I say, it's just those 3 changes. Otherwise, it's pretty much the same team. Who knows with these selectors? These selectors have surprised us with some selections over the last 18 months. There might be a few.
I do feel Sipamla has now put his nose in front of Steerman again with this performance. He's been very, very tidy, especially in the second innings. That was a key wicket of Conway. He got some nice reverse swing going as well. So he's done his chances no harm.
Still no place for either of the Milans. Then this is and there's also been quite a bit of chatter on social media, which we take with a grain of salt from armchair expert, for saying that Rassie van der Dissen's spot might also be in jeopardy. Your thoughts on that? That train of thought. I know Darren had a thread, and I'm sorry that I was commenting on it and I kind of hijacked it. You better name Paul, and we just went off on a bit of a tangent with regards to selection policies.
Werner, you want to take that, Werner? The Rassie situation?
Yeah, I think for now Rassie's spot is still safe. I think it's kind of worked out for him that Markram has done so poorly in the last while, so Markram will fall out and Rassie will keep his spot. But the Bangladesh series is probably a big one for him to step up, because if he performs there, then he will be on the tour to England. So it'll be a good series for a lot of players coming up. Obviously, England is going to be a much different series than the one against Bangladesh. The Bangladesh series is also going to be of interest just because it's going to be played at Durban and at Kabarga. So it'll probably have some turn in it for the Bangladesh spinners. So it should test our batters.
Sorry.
Bring on Maharaj and Harmer in together.
And Limbo will probably come back into the squad as well.
Bring it on.
I'm just hoping that our bowling lineup stays fit, because then it would be the first tour of England since Graham Smith's time that we've had. Oh, and Kagiso Rabada is named man of the match, player of the match. Got to keep it PC. Will be the first time since Graham Smith's tenure that South Africa will be facing England with a full strength bowling lineup. Or I'd say full strength, but a fully fit and full strength bowling lineup. If we remember the last couple of tours tours versus England, it's been pretty depleted of bowling lineups that England have had, that the Proteas have been able to put up.
Yeah,
I will leave you two guys to wrap it up for us. But well done, guys. Enjoyable test and enjoyable commentary as well.
Okay, so I'll just go through this last innings again, just to wrap things up quickly. So New Zealand were bowled out for 227. Latham again was out early for 1. Court van der Tussen bound for Bada. Will Young was court performer bound for Bada for 0. Conway played superbly. He was RW bound to Pamela of 92. Henry Nichols was bound Maharaj for 7. Darryl Mitchell was looking good before Maharaj came on, and he was bowled by Maharaj for 24. Tom Blundell was court performer bound Jansen for 44. Colin de Gronholm was court Mulder bound Jansen for 18. Carl Jamison was court Rabada bound Jansen for 12. Tim Southey court Pamela bound Rabada for 17. And Neil Wagner was 10 not out. The last man to go there was Matt Henry, who was RW to Maharaj's arm ball for 0 of 23 deliveries. The South African bowlers, Kagiso Rabada, 19 overs, 3 for 46. Marco Jansen, 23 overs, 3 for 63. Keshav Maharaj, 31.5 overs, 3 for 75. Huge contribution in this test match. Coming back into the side. Yusuf Pamela looked good for large parts of this test match. 14 overs, 1 for 29. Viren Moda was 6 overs, none for 13. South Africa win the test match by 198 runs and draw the series. A huge plus for South Africa going into the last bit of their South African home summer.
Yes, it's going to give South Africa a lot of confidence. And looking forward to the Bangladesh series. It's going to be a cracker. The next time you will see us from one WSR and Guerilla Cricket will be for the Women's World Cup. I think we will be broadcasting on the 4th.
So that's 3 days now, people.
Yes, and we're really looking forward to it.
So set your alarms on, because it's going to be played in Australia and New Zealand. It's going to be some wacky times, but we will have you covered for that.
Yeah, definitely. The 5th, it's going to be broadcasting from Dunedin. The game is starting at midnight on Friday, the 5th of March. Midnight. So we will see you then. Thank you for joining us, and we hope everyone has a great week further. Thank you, Tim. It's been great. Cheers, everybody.